Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request you to please rise for the arrival of the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and her delegation. I request you to remain standing for the singing of the national and AU anthems that will be directed by Beth.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Namibia, land of the brave, freedom's fight we have won. Glory to their bravery, whose blood waters our freedom. So we give our love and loyalty together in unity, contrasting beautiful Namibia, Namibia, our country. Be beloved land of savannas. Hold high the banner of liberty. Namibia, our country. Namibia, motherland, we love thee.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you, delegates. You may be seated. I think that was a beautiful rendition of our national anthem. Can we give Beth another round of applause? The President of the Republic of Namibia, Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, in absentia and represented here this morning by the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Her Excellency Lucia Witbooi. Allow me to acknowledge our opening speakers this morning. A special word of welcome to Honorable Modestus Amutse, Minister of Industry, Mines and Energy. Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, Special Advisor and Head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit in the Office of the President of Namibia, Honorable Cornelia Shilunga. The Secretary General, Gas Exporting Countries Forum, His Excellency Dr. Philip Mshelbila, the Chairman of the Economic Association of Namibia and Managing Director, Monasa Advisory and Associates, Jason Kasutu, the Managing Director of the National Petroleum Corporation of Namibia, NAMCOR, Victoria Sibeya, the Chief Executive Officer of Rhino Resources, Travis Smitherd, Hans Seidel Foundation, member of the Namibia Board of Directors and resident representative, South Africa, Hans George Burla, honorable ministers, honorable deputy ministers, members of parliament, your excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps, traditional leaders, captains of industry, chief executive officers, representatives of international oil companies, representatives of national oil companies, representatives of our strategic partners, our distinguished sponsors, our recently crowned Miss Namibia 2026, Shireen Labaskachny. Shireen, would you like to stand so that everyone can see you? Our pride. Members of the media, our online community via the NBC digital channel, as well as our viewers watching this live broadcast on NBC One, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and delegates, a very, very good morning to you and a warm Namibian welcome. My name is Rochelle Locke, and I have the pleasure of hosting you this morning and for the next 2 days as your Director of Ceremonies. It is indeed my absolute honor and privilege to welcome you to the official opening ceremony of the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference and Exhibition 2026. On behalf of our host, the Economic Association of Namibia, together with our valued partners, the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board and the Hans Seidel Foundation, I extend to you a sincere welcome to every delegate joining us from Namibia, across Africa, and around the world. This conference, ladies and gentlemen, has become one of the continent's most, and I emphasize, continent. It has become one of the continent's most significant energy gatherings, bringing together government, industry, investors, innovators, and thought leaders from across the lengths and breadths of Africa and indeed the world, at a very much defining moment in Namibia's energy journey. As highlighted in this year's program, Namibia finds itself at a time of exceptional momentum, driven by recent offshore discoveries, growing international investment, and the opportunity to shape a globally competitive, inclusive, and sustainable energy future. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in conversations that extend far beyond exploration and production. We will discuss investment, policy, technology, skills development, infrastructure, innovation, partnerships, and importantly, how the development of Namibia's natural resources can create lasting value for the people of Namibia. Before we proceed, I wish to acknowledge and sincerely thank the organizations whose commitment and partnerships continue to make this conference possible. Our host, the Economic Association of Namibia. Let's give them a round of applause. Our conference partners, the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board and the Hans Seidel Foundation. Our strategic partners, NAMCOR, SNC Incorporated, as well as Rhino Resources. And of course, every sponsor, exhibitor, and supporter whose commitment reflects a shared confidence in Namibia's remarkable energy future. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in once more showing our appreciation. Now, before we commence our proceedings, allow me to briefly cover a few important housekeeping matters. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, the safety and well-being of you, of every delegate, of every attendee remains our highest priority. In the unlikely event of an emergency, please remain calm and follow the instructions of our conference officials. They are right across the room. Emergency exits are clearly marked throughout the venue. Should an evacuation become necessary, please proceed promptly to the designated assembly point under the guidance of our safety personnel. If you require any medical assistance at any stage during the conference, kindly notify one of our conference staff immediately. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for your cooperation in helping us ensure a safe and enjoyable conference for everyone. May I kindly also request that all mobile devices be switched on silent or vibrate. Ladies and gentlemen, every generation has defining moments, moments that shape the course of a nation's future. For Namibia, this is one of those moments. The discoveries beneath our Atlantic waters have captured the attention of the global energy community. But the real opportunity before us lies not only beneath the seabed. It lies in our ability to build partnerships, develop skills, empower local businesses, attract responsible investment, and ensure that the benefits of this industry are shared broadly across our nation. And that is precisely why we are gathered here today. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce the chairman of the Economic Association of Namibia, our conference host. He has been instrumental in creating platforms that promote informed dialogue, strengthen public-private collaboration, and contribute meaningfully to Namibia's economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming the chairman of the Economic Association of Namibia and managing director of Monasa Advisory and Associates, Jason Kasuto.
Oh, it's a full house. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me stand with the protocol as should be established. Her Excellency, Honorable Rusia Vetboy, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, the Honorable Minister of Industry, Mines and Energy, Honorable Modestus Amtse, Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, Special Advisor and Head of Upstream Unit in the Office of the Presidency, His Excellency Philip Shelbila, Secretary General of Gas Exporting Countries Forum, Ms. Victoria Sibia, Managing Director of our national oil company, NAMCO, Madam Julia Mutendana, Chief Executive Officer of the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, Mr. Travis Smithard, Chief Executive Officer of Rhino Resources, our representative from the Hans Seidel Foundation representing Southern Africa, Mr. George Balleur, SNC Incorporated Managing Partner, Mr. Shakwa Nyambe, the Petroleum Commissioner, Auni Amutenya, welcome. Distinguished speakers, panelists, exhibitors, delegates, international guests. Also, I mustn't slip this one. I think we have the mayors of the city of Windhoek. We also have the mayor of Walfish Bay, so welcome. The Attorney General, welcome also. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the platform. Thank you for being here. Your Excellency, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome. Before I continue to say much more, and I'll be brief, just I think by a show of hands, I think as the Economic Association of Namibia, we'd also like to see who is here for the first time. Cons, I hope you're seeing. And whether it's your first time, welcome. Or whether it's your fourth time, welcome for traveling across the borders and coming to Namibia. We keep on saying, as the Economic Association of Namibia, that we have one single mission, is that when you leave here, you feel like you are part of Namibia. And I've said this many times. I've said it to Cons, I've said it to the team, that people do business, as you know, with people they trust. And I think trust is established with welcoming you very well and hosting you very well. The question that I am asked more than ever is not what are we building here? Is it a hydrocarbon industry? Everyone can see that. The honest question is why? Why does a nation of 3 million people gather? The majors, the ministers, the financiers, and its own entrepreneurs in one room, year after year. This being our 4th edition, and I'll link it to my story of the bamboo tree just now. The answer is really to transform from scarcity to abundance the lives of Namibians. The oil is not the point, the oil is actually the how. Our people are actually the why. And I've said this repeatedly. Those of you who were here last year will remember that I spoke of the bamboo tree. For newcomers, just quickly, you plant a bamboo tree, and for 4 years, 4th edition, there's no shoot, there's no sign of anything above the soil. And then in the 4th year, it erupts, shooting nearly 30 meters over a period of 8 weeks. Not because it grew overnight, but because for 4 unseen years, it was really building the roots. Last year, I told you that Namibia was the bamboo tree. Patient, underground, building the roots. The policy, the soon-to-come regulation and legislation, the institutions, the upstream petroleum unit, now seated in the office of the President herself. I stand before you this year to tell you that the bamboo has broken the surface, ladies and gentlemen. And I think Namibia deserves a round of applause. Whether it's Venus, Graf, Mopani, Sagittarius, the Orange Basin, to call the twin of the salt pans of Brazil and Guyana, has announced itself to the world. And Namibia is now moving towards its final investment decision and its first oil this decade. But carefully, let us just take, and I will not bore you, but just 2 lessons from the bamboo tree for today. Lesson number 1, the bamboo, as I said, grows 30 meters in 8 weeks. It spent 4 years. The speed is really earned by its foundation. If we chase the growth and the shoot, we will neglect the root. If we let the first oil pass our people instead of through them, and I think that is really what motivated the theme for this year's conference, we will grow very fast and fail even faster. That's the reality. The world has a name for that, and it's called the resource curse. We're not going to have the resource curse. I think Namibia has learned after decades we're almost sometimes the last born, but that gives us a lot of advantages, right? Second, the bamboo does not grow as a single root, and I think that's why we're all gathered here today, cooperation. It grows as a group and a grove, one connected with a root system beneath the soil. Every stalk feeding each other. The National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy, driven from the Office of the President, gives Namibianization the force of national policy, and as we are delightfully saying, soon to be legislated. Namibian employment maximized within that. Namibian suppliers prioritized, skills and technology transferred, and the part I've been advocating for many years is meaningful Namibian participation and very importantly, financing at every layer. Hopefully we can reach that. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the headlines, we believe in the Pan-African approach. The Pan-African approach, the sector will birth the sector for Namibia. Globally, locally rooted, globally connected, we stand by that because without partnerships, we can't exist. The biggest challenge we do have, despite the headlines, is not local content, it's really each other. And we need to solve for that. Hopefully this conference brings us together. Thirdly, and I'm reaching the conclusion, when the price cycles turn, I know that His Excellency, we spoke about it, Mr. Philip, that the only constant is change, and it will continue, and we plan for change continuously, given the geopolitics and what's happening. It continues, and we need to plan and be agile around that. The last thing, and linked to that the bamboo teaches us, is that it bends in the storm, but it does not break. Namibia will not break. Agility, cooperation based on a sound foundation takes us forward. We know our founding father has said, a people united, striving to achieve a common good for all members of society will always emerge victorious. That is from our founding father. This is really what the Economic Association of Namibia was built to do. To drive economic development, thought leadership, bring policy to business, and to insist always on inclusive growth. It is the why when I'm asked whether Namibia has too many conferences, I brush it off. We are not competing platforms. We are complementary routes. And this platform holds the three non-negotiable values: broad access, local empowerment, and industry development. That is what sets this conference apart. It's not the size, though we have grown this year to over 1,500 delegates, over 70 exhibitors, 40 sponsors, but the why that is beneath the size that we are. The seats, the exhibition, the seats you occupy are actually the roots that we speak about. Last year we were the roots. This year I think we are breaking surface. As I've said, let the world watch what Namibia does next. Your Excellency, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, welcome to Namibia Oil and Gas Conference 2026. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. Thank you for your inspiring welcome and for once again bringing together an exceptional community of leaders committed to shaping Namibia's energy future. Ladies and gentlemen, our program now continues with welcoming remarks from one of Namibia's leading exploration companies. Rhino Resources continues to play an important role in advancing exploration activities offshore Namibia and remains committed to building long-term partnerships that contribute to the country's energy ambitions. It is therefore my pleasure now to invite to the podium Chief Executive Officer of Rhino Resources. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Travis Smithard.
Excellencies, honourable ministers, distinguished speakers, colleagues and friends, I'm very, very grateful to Jason for establishing the protocol. I think my friend from Shell will agree. I can just say all protocol is observed. Thank you very much. It is a privilege to address you today, and as Sonia just made the mark, we actually have the privilege of operating PEL 85 alongside our joint venture partners, Namcor, Azul Energy, and Cora's Investments. And I think just to reiterate what Jason mentioned, it is about partnership. Rhino doesn't do this alone. We do this in partnership with our JV and indeed with the other operators and companies that are operating in Namibia. And when I saw the title of this year's conference, Decisions to Dividends, Making Namibia's Oil and Gas Work for Namibians, I thought it captured something really quite profound. Because every country that we've talked about that is blessed with natural resources reaches a defining moment in its conversation. The tone changes. Because those first conversations, as we talked about the roots of this bamboo system, were excitement around exploration, excitement around the discovery of resource. And then that conversation changes to the definition and the responsibility of field development planning. But there's a third conversation coming, which I totally agree with Jason on, that will define how Namibia and the future generations see what we do today in this room as a success or potentially as a resource gone unabated. And that third conversation is around commitment from each one of us in this room to decide together how to work together. It's not operators, it's not just government, it's not just society. It's every single one of us playing our role, playing our part in making sure that we contribute meaningfully to the discussion and to these decisions that need to be made. Now, many in the audience may appreciate this. I'm a Toyota Hilux man. It is very difficult for me to acknowledge that Henry Ford did anything of substance or value. But in a way, Ford was speaking about Namibia in this day and age. Because he said, coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is progress. But working together, that's the true hallmark of success. And it is character that I believe that is ultimately going to define how Namibia takes this resource to the next level and how we build multi-generational prosperity. And today, I believe that we have a decision to make. Now, before I talk about institutions and objectives, and all of those are really important elements to discuss, I thought maybe just to reflect on a personal story, if you may just permit me. I know, Clemens, you've been very clear on time. I will try and stick to it. This week marks the one-year anniversary of our QHSE trainee, Miss Evelyn Dumeni. We affectionately know her as Evie. There you are, Evie. So Evie recently shared her story. You're also welcome to stand up. That's excellent. Thank you. Evie recently shared her story at the Namibian Youth in Oil and Gas Summit. And with her permission, I thought I'd share my perspective of the story to make sure that the coin is indeed square. It was a sunny and warm weekend in Saldanha Bay. My chief operating officer and I had gone down to do our offshore survival examination as we were anticipating going offshore to witness the Capricornus flaring operations that we had on the go. And during that course, we met with 3 young Namibians, one of whom was Miss Evie. Now, Evie had heard about this mythical oil and gas industry through her community and had decided to invest in herself and go and examine exactly what she could do to participate. She heard about that in mid-2024. She saved up money from mid-24 to, I think, mid-25, working as a nail and eyelash beautician to afford a bus ticket to travel from Walvis to Saldanha Bay. And just for those of you who aren't Southern African, that's 1,600 kilometers. It's 1,000 miles. She did this to potentially qualify for offshore work should an opportunity arise in the future. Now, traveling 1,600 kilometers by bus, I'm not sure if any of you have done it, I've done it, it's very long. Going into a brand new country, seeing people in an industry that you know nothing about, with the hope of potentially landing a job someday, was extremely impressive to me. But it was actually in Evie's follow-up interview, young lady, where you really impressed me. You had genuine traits of humility, a desire to learn. You were ferocious in asking questions, I must say. But you also showed me examples of how you continue to have tried to improve yourself, despite the seeming lack of opportunity presenting themselves. And those characteristics are what make people like Evie perfectly suited to take our industry in Namibia forward. And I believe, looking at this room today, I see many young Namibians that exemplify those exact character traits. And it's a belief and a hope that Namibia has a brighter future for them, for their families, and for the future generations that is going to be the defining leadership character that actually brings this country to unlocking its opportunities and resources. Because again, the character without the fuel is just a wonderful glimmer of hope on a nation. But I think what we've established, operators like Total and Shell, who I will continue to recognize as the leaders who opened up Namibia. We can talk about Chevron back in 1974 with Kudu. That's a hallmark as well. But really, they've gone before us, and the question has been answered, yes, there is a world-class hydrocarbon province here in Namibia. The question before us now is, what do we do about that, and the why? The next frontier for Namibia, for me, is not geological. Yes, there's the Walvis Basin, the Lüderitz Basin, and the Namib Basins, but in reality, the next frontier is institutional. It's legislative, it's commercial, and it has to be led by servant-hearted people. Our role as an operator doesn't end at the wellhead. We have the extreme privilege, as I mentioned, and I see Giovanni, congratulations again as the new managing director of Azul Namibia. We have a co-joined responsibility for making sure that we invest in Namibia, their capacity, their capability, the supporting of institutions, and making sure that we play our corporate citizen role to the best effect. The dividend this conference speaks about will not simply exist because we found hydrocarbon. It will become because government, industry, and society at large come together to define what is important for Namibia and how do we actually execute that business plan. Because the strongest energy industries are not built on individual projects. And I commend my friends at Total. Keep going. FID is around the corner, I believe. But those projects are effectively built by companies, people, infrastructure, capital, technology, markets, everything working together. There's no isolationist hierarchy of who does what in this. But we can already see a glimpse of what Namibia's burgeoning economic ecosystem can look like. My deputy country manager, Mr. Haidua, presented yesterday during a local content masterclass where we took on some services through the Breakwater Group. They're a marine services company. Is anyone from Breakwater here? You should be. There you are. All right. So Breakwater helped our joint venture in operational efficiency through the collecting of downhole data at Valence and Capricornus, our two largest discoveries, and indeed played a role in mobilization and demobilization from our drill ships, alongside tidewater vessels, which are arguably some of the best on the planet. Namibia was playing a role shoulder to shoulder with the best in the world. And I believe that they're a glimpse of a company that's taken an opportunity and is running with it. Because the resource that we discovered created the demand. That demand created a possibility for a local company. That local company chose to invest in themselves and in their capability. That decision, I believe, has positioned them well for future investment. That future investment will create further opportunity. That is the holistic economic ecosystem that I believe Namibia needs to really focus on. And we can talk about all the various success stories, failure cases between Guyana and Egypt, but I think in reality what Namibia needs to look at is its own legislation. What does Namibia want to do with Namibia's hydrocarbons? But not in a Namibia-only reference. Because when those elements come together, Namibia can build an energy industry that becomes an engine for development and not a singular revenue source or sector. And I believe the country has the positioning, has the ability to become one of the most investable and respectable investment destinations globally. I've really welcomed the efforts that my team have had between the different institutions. We've seen strong collaboration between the Bank of Namibia, the Finance Ministry. We've seen strong collaboration between the Ministry of Justice and International Relations. All of those ministries coming together, when quite frankly they can be quite siloed at times, but they're coming together for the greater good of Namibia, and you put that very well, Jason. And the same principle applies to us for local content. And you'll forgive me, at Rhino, we don't like local content, we like local upliftment. Because local content creates an obligation on compliance, but local upliftment creates capability. And capability within Namibia will create investment, and investment will create industry and opportunity. All of that will strengthen industries surrounding oil and gas, because it's not about oil and gas, the savior of Namibia. I cannot believe I'm out of time. It's not possible. Will you allow me 2 paragraphs? There was 7 minutes. Right. They're chasing me. I think the reality for us is that we can see how the implementation of gas master plans, the implementation of cross-border agreements, Her Excellency's engagement with the President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, talking about what regional integration infrastructure looks like. That fills us with huge amounts of hope because we believe that there is a role for Namibia to play to lead the Southern African community in energy and unlock those. Look at South Africa. It's a massive market ready to help Namibia's own development. So I'll finish with Uvantu. She's getting close. Which says, I am because we are. In our industry, perhaps we might say, a successful oil company is dependent on the success of its host nation. The success of its host nation is dependent on trusting its partners. And the successful generation is the one that builds something greater for the next. So we won't be written one company at alone, one FID at alone, one pushing partner or alone. But we can become a beacon of hope, and we can really make sure that Namibia today fills the room with collaborative partnership, collaborative conversation, and let's make sure that legislation marries with the opportunity ahead of us. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the conference. Very kind.
Thank you so much, Travis. We sincerely appreciate your insights and your continued confidence in Namibia's extraordinary energy potential. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the joy of being the Director of Ceremonies. So I get to keep time as well, so I'll keep you tracked to our future speakers as well. Our next speaker leads Namibia's national oil company. NAMCOR continues to play a strategic role in developing Namibia's petroleum sector and ensuring that our nation's energy resources contribute meaningfully to long-term national development. Please join me in welcoming the Managing Director of NAMCOR, Ms. Victoria Sibeya. Let's give her a warm round of applause.
Good morning. Allow me to stand on the protocol already observed, but I also like to recognize the presence of our Vice President, Your Excellency Lucia Witbooi, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, as well as the presence of Honorable Modus Samutse, the Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy, the presence of Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, the Special Advisor and Head of Upstream Unit in the Office of the President. I would also like to recognize the presence of the Attorney General, the industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure on behalf of the National Oil Company of Namibia, NAMCOR, to welcome you to this important gathering at a defining moment in Namibia's energy journey. The theme, from dividend, making Namibia's oil work for Namibians, challenges us to move beyond the excitement of discoveries for oil and gas and to focus on what matters. The question is how Namibia converts its petroleum resources into sustainable economic and social value for its people. Namibia's petroleum story has changed extensively. After decades of exploration, the country has entered a new era following a series of significant discoveries offshore Namibia. To be specific, Orange Basin, the discoveries which have shown that Namibia has a working petroleum system have convinced global investors to visit our country, not for the weather, but for what lies beneath the waters in Namibia. Therefore, NAMCOR, as a company that waters and fertilizes the bamboo shoot, we have a unique responsibility to ensure that Namibia's participation across the value chain of oil and gas through exploration, appraisal, development, and production of hydrocarbons, as well as participation in midstream and downstream activity, and eventually creating broader economic opportunities for the company. Our role is not simply to hold participation interest in the license blocks. Our role is to build national capacity, safeguard national interest, create commercial value, and create opportunities for Namibians to participate in the petroleum sector. NAMCO has progressively strengthened its position in exploration, operating exploration licenses and partnering with reputable companies that have really undertaken extensive work to develop the exploration phase of Namibia's oil and gas industry, to realize appraisal phase, and now talking about realizing FID for development. NAMCO holds a carried interest in all the licenses that are issued in Namibia. We also participate in working interest in some of the licenses in Namibia. So we also continue to strengthen Namibia's petroleum knowledge through geological studies, geophysical studies, and engineering studies. Therefore, our participation in major exploration campaigns has provided NAMCO with invaluable technical and commercial experience. Most importantly, NAMCO has been part of the journey from exploration risk to discovery opportunity. The light oil discoveries in the Orange Basin have attracted major international investment, positioning Namibia firmly on the global exploration map. Recent developments continue to demonstrate international confidence in Namibia. While we celebrate exploration success, we must remain conscious that Namibia is still at the beginning of its petroleum journey, and significant exploration opportunities remain across the Orange Basin, Lüderitz, the Walvis, and Nami Basin, as well as the onshore basins of Ambo Basin and Nama Basin. Our responsibility as NAMCO, therefore, is to continue exploring intelligently and responsibly, using better data, technology, partnership to unlock the remaining prospectivity. At the same time, we must prepare for the next stage, which is appraisal work, development work, and production of hydrocarbons. We must also ensure that real dividends from oil and gas discoveries must extend beyond government revenue. It must translate to jobs, skills, local businesses, technology transfer, infrastructure, and energy security, and opportunities for Namibian businessmen and women. Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, Namibia has been given an extraordinary opportunity on a global map. The exploration success of recent years have opened a new chapter in our national development history. But the true measure of success will not only be the number of wells that drilled in Namibia, both offshore and onshore, or not the barrels of oil discovered or the barrels of oil driven from underground. It will ultimately be measured by the impact of the oil and gas industry on the livelihood of our people and the contribution to Namibians' economy. Hence, NAMCO remains committed to playing its part as Namibia's national oil company, as a commercial partner, as a custodian of national interest, and as a driver of capability development across the petroleum value chain. And in conclusion, I would like to encourage every stakeholder present here today, participating in the oil and gas industry, to work together to ensure that Namibia's oil and gas resources become a foundation for shared prosperity, economic transformation, and intergenerational benefit. I'd like to once more again welcome you to Namibia's Oil and Gas Conference of 2026 and encourage you to have productive engagement and successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sibaya, for those encouraging remarks and for the leadership that NAMCOR continues to provide in Namibia's evolving energy landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, there are still a few delegates standing. Can we just give an indication if you have a seat open next to you? Let's be kind. That's exactly the purpose. There we go. Thank you, gentlemen. That's 2 seats. We've got 3 more seats in front. 4, 5. There are 5 open seats in the 3rd row from the front, if you'd like to take a seat. We've got an indication at the back here on my left, your right. Let's try and fill up the seats so that we can have, hopefully, everyone seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the Office of the President continues to provide strategic leadership in shaping Namibia's upstream petroleum sector. It is therefore now my honor to invite to the podium Special Advisor and Head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit, Office of the President of the Republic of Namibia. Let's put our hands together and give a warm welcome to Honorable Cornelia Shilunga.
Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency Lucia Betboy, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Modestus Amtse, Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy for the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Ministers that may be present here today, Members of Parliament, Your Excellency Dr. Philip Mshelbila, the Secretary General for the Gas Exporting Countries Forum, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, I would then like to stand by the protocol as already established. Good morning. Thank you. It gives me a great pleasure to speak to you on this occasion of the Namibian Oil and Gas Conference 2026. I would like to thank Economic Association of Namibia in collaboration with NIPDB for organizing this important forum. I would like to thank you all for your attendance. Namibia stands at an important moment in the development of its petroleum industry. Over the past few years, significant discoveries in the Orange Basin have fundamentally changed the outlook of our upstream petroleum sector. These discoveries have created opportunities, but they have also placed on us an important responsibility, which is to ensure that the development of these resources translates into sustainable economic opportunities for Namibia and its people. As government, our role is therefore not only to facilitate exploration and production. Our responsibility is to establish the policy, legislative, and institutional environment that provides certainty to investors, protects the interests of the Namibian people, and support the development of a competitive national petroleum industry. I have found the theme of this year's conference, From Decision to Dividend, making Namibia's oil work for Namibians, to be fitting as Namibia moves towards oil and gas development and production phases. And in this regard, I would like to highlight several key areas of work currently receiving the attention of the upstream petroleum unit in the Office of the President. The development of major petroleum projects. Government continues to engage with investors and operators on the development of Namibia's significant discoveries. And this includes the ongoing discussion for the final investment decision relating to the Venus development, operated by Total Energies, and the broader work required to move major discoveries from exploration towards commercial development. These engagements are very important because project development requires capital, technology, infrastructure, skills, regulatory certainty, and strong partnership between the government and the industry. Under this development, government's role is to establish a predictable, transparent, and competitive regulatory environment that enables responsible investment while ensuring that Namibia receives a fair and sustainable benefits from its natural resources. Industry, on the other hand, must bring the capital, technology, technical expertise, and project execution capabilities that is necessary to develop these resources safely, efficiently, and responsibly. The objective is therefore not government versus the industry. It is government in the industry working together to create national value while protecting the national interest, more than the presence of the resource underground. Ladies and gentlemen, on our licensing regime, we continue to assess and strengthen Namibia's petroleum licensing framework to ensure that it remains competitive, transparent, and fit for purpose. As exploration activity increases, government is also considering the management and future issuance of petroleum exploration opportunities and blocks. Our approach is intended to provide investors with greater clarity and certainty while ensuring that Namibia retains the ability to manage its petroleum resources in the national interest. We want Namibia to be viewed as a jurisdiction where investors understand the rules, where those rules are applied consistently, and where investment decisions can be made with confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, on our legislative reform, the government is progressing very well with the work on the review of the petroleum legal and fiscal regime. As our petroleum sector develops, our legislative framework must evolve with it. The experiences gained from recent exploration activities, the scale of the discoveries made, and the complexity of future developments require us to continuously assess whether our laws remain adequate. The objective of these reforms is to strengthen the regulatory framework, to improve clarity where necessary, and also to ensure that our legislation supports responsible petroleum development while safeguarding the national interest. Ladies and gentlemen, let me talk about local content. We recognize that the development of Namibia's petroleum resources must create meaningful opportunities for Namibians. And I'm happy to confirm that the national upstream local content policy has been adopted and approved by Cabinet, though pending some finalization processes. That will not take long. The objective is to provide clear policy direction on local content, which will lead to the establishment of clear and practical framework that increases Namibia's participation across the petroleum value chain, including through the development of local businesses, employment creation, skill transfer, technology transfer, and access to procurement opportunities. Local content must, however, go beyond participation for its own sake. We want to see Namibian companies developing the capacity, expertise, and financial strength to compete within the petroleum industry and ultimately beyond it. The successful implementation of this policy will require strong collaboration among all stakeholders, including government institutions, petroleum operators, contractors, local businesses, civil societies, and communities. It will also require a shared commitment to transparency, accountability, and adherence to international best practices. Ladies and gentlemen, from petroleum investment to industry to industrial development. If we simply extract crude and export it, we will have captured only a portion of the value contained in our petroleum resources. Our ambition must be greater. We must explore opportunities for refining, petrochemicals, gas to power, logistics, fabrication, marine services, storage, engineering, and other associated industries. The petroleum sector should become an anchor for wider industrial development. This is precisely the direction envisaged under the National Development Plan 6, NDP 6, using natural resource as a platform for economic diversification, industrialization, value addition, and employment creation, rather than perpetuating an economy based primarily on the export of raw materials. Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President, has been very clear that the oil and gas sector has a potential to transform Namibia's economy, but that its development must contribute to energy security, employment, local capacity, and sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to make Namibia an attractive oil and gas destination, and we welcome new entrants and frontier basin investment. Attracting investment requires more than geological potential and must offer investors a combination of resource potential, regulatory certainty, fiscal stability, efficient institution, infrastructure, and a skilled workforce. We are therefore looking at the broader investment environment and how government can remove unnecessary barriers to investment while maintaining appropriate safeguards. We want Namibia to be recognized not only as a country with oil and gas resources, but as a credible, competitive, responsible petroleum jurisdiction. The session that is talking to the independent entrants, unlocking value in frontier basins, is particularly relevant. Namibia remains a frontier petroleum province with significant opportunities for further exploration and development. We welcome investors who are prepared to bring not only financial capacity, but technology, expertise, innovation, and long-term commitment to Namibia. At the same time, investment must be undertaken within a framework that provides certainty to investors while safeguarding Namibia's national interest. And our message is therefore straightforward, that Namibia is open for responsible investment, is open for partnership, and Namibia is open for innovation, but investment must contribute to the broader national development agenda. Unlocking the potential of Wolfish Bay and Lüderitz Basin. The development of Namibia's petroleum sector must also be viewed in a context of our broader economic infrastructure. Our ports, logistic networks, supply bases, roads, airports, and other supporting infrastructures will play an important role in enabling offshore petroleum development. Walvis Bay and Lüderitz in particular have the potential to become important servers and logistic hubs for the petroleum industry. Government therefore has an important role to play, and we want to make sure that infrastructure development keeps pace with the opportunities as they are emerging from the upstream petroleum sector. Ladies and gentlemen, Namibia is still writing its story, from first oil to lasting dividend. As we look towards first oil, we must also look beyond first oil. The first barrel will be an important milestone, but it cannot be a destination. The real dividend must be reflected in jobs that are created, stronger Namibian businesses, improved infrastructure, technology transfer, skill development, increased government revenues, industrial growth, and improved opportunities for future generations. We must also ensure that petroleum revenues are managed prudently and transparently. This requires strong institutions, sound governance, environmental responsibility, accountability, and long-term planning. And as regulators and policymakers, we have a responsibility to ensure that the development of Namibia's petroleum resources is undertaken in a manner that is safe, responsible, commercially viable, and nationally beneficial. Distinguished guests, it is no more whether Namibia has got oil. The more important question is, what will Namibia do with the opportunity that the oil and gas is presenting? And our answer is very ambitious. We must use this opportunity to build an economy that is more diversified, more industrialized, more inclusive, and more competitive. We must ensure that Namibians are not merely observers of the petroleum industry, but participants, owners, employees, entrepreneurs, professionals, and beneficiaries. We must ensure that decisions that we are making today create value, not only for the present generation, but for generations of Namibians yet to come. The journey from decisions to dividends requires partnership, discipline, transparency, competence, and a shared national purpose. Let us therefore work together, government, industry, investors, Namibian businesses, workers, the academia, and the communities to ensure that Namibia's petroleum resource become a catalyst for economic transformation, industrialization, employment creation, and shared prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity is before us. The decisions are ours, and the dividends must belong to Namibia, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shilunga. Your remarks reinforce the importance of clear policy direction, strategic partnerships, and responsible development as Namibia continues this exciting journey. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are the owner of a vehicle with registration number N37285W, I'm afraid your vehicle is being clamped at the moment because you are parked at the drop-off point for hotel clients. So you might want to make your way out there and quickly negotiate. On that note, if you know that you have parked on a reserved parking bay, yesterday we had the few incidents where vehicles were being clamped. Trust me, I don't think you want to go through that process. So please ensure that you do not occupy reserved parking bays. Ladies and gentlemen, it now gives me great pleasure to welcome a distinguished international leader whose organization plays an important role in advancing dialogue and cooperation amongst the world's leading gas-producing nations. Please join me now as we extend a warm welcome to the Secretary General of Gas Exporting Countries Forum, His Excellency Dr. Philip Mshelbila. Welcome to Namibia and welcome to the podium. We are eager to listen to you. Let's give him a round of applause.
Your Excellency, Madam Vice President, Honorable Minister, Honorable Special Advisor, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on the previously established protocols. Otherwise, I may have somebody pairing with me on the stage very soon. I just want to say that it is a great pleasure to address the 4th Namibia Oil and Gas Conference as Secretary General of the Gas Exporting Countries Forum. And therefore, as somebody who has also spent most of his career in gas, as you can imagine, most of what I'll be saying will have a very strong leaning towards gas. And in fact, my interpretation of the title or the theme for this conference should actually be making Namibia's oil and gas work for Namibians. I want to sincerely thank the government and people of Namibia and the organizers. Jason, thank you very much for this invitation. But let me start by saying that as Namibia approaches Heroes Day on the 26th of August, we honor the courage and sacrifice that shaped this nation, even as Namibia today advances a new chapter of economic and energy independence. Congratulations. Under the leadership of Your Excellency and the other leaders of Namibia, which, by the way, I have to say, is probably the most female-represented leadership that I have ever seen. Very, very impressed, by the way. The pursuit of political independence that shaped Namibia's past is fast giving way to another defining opportunity, which is achieving economic and energy independence. This means providing people and industries with energy that is reliable, affordable, sustainable, and secure, while translating the country's exceptional natural endowments into broad-based and lasting prosperity for all Namibians. I was in discussions with some friends yesterday, and I had to say that my view of Namibia is that it is a country where God has been gracious. He has given everything that you need. And now the ball is in the court of the people to decide how they're going to use it. This ambition is reflected in Namibia's 6th National Development Plan, with its focus on growth, inclusiveness, and resilience. At its heart is structural transformation, expanding productive sectors, advancing beneficiation and value addition, developing new industries, strengthening domestic capabilities, and widening economic opportunity. Namibia now stands at a remarkable convergence of opportunities. It combines long-standing strengths in mining and minerals with exceptional solar and wind resources, a strategic Atlantic location, deep connections to Southern Africa's economies and energy systems, and emerging hydrocarbon resources. The central question, as Honorable Shilingwe also said, is therefore not simply about oil, gas, renewable electricity, or mineral wealth Namibia possesses, but how these strengths can be combined to build the economy and society that Namibians seek. Like we find in most of Africa, the resource potential is not in question. It is about translating potential to tangible value and lasting benefits. Energy is one of the critical links between that ambition and its realization. Industrialization and mineral processing require energy. Modern services depend on reliable electricity. New industries need predictable and competitively priced supplies, while households need a power system capable of supporting rising living standards affordably. Namibia as a country already has very strong foundations. Hydropower, regional electricity trade through the Southern African Power Pool, world-class solar resources, and promising wind potential, all contributing to a comprehensive energy system. Yet, that system must operate in a changing environment. Rainfall is becoming less predictable. Drought and water stress can constrain hydropower. Solar and wind are naturally intermittent. Higher temperatures can intensify peak demand, and regional supplies may at times be limited. This is where natural gas comes in. Energy security must therefore mean more than installed capacity or self-sufficiency. It means having options, diverse sources and technologies, robust infrastructure, regional connections, storage, and sufficient flexibility to respond when conditions change. Diversification is not an abstract policy objective. It is the foundation of resilience. And believe me, if there is one lesson that the current crisis in the Gulf has taught us in the energy industry, it is this: you absolutely need diversification. Within this broader architecture, natural gas becomes particularly important. The issue should not be framed as oil versus gas, or gas versus renewables, or a choice between domestic versus export. The most important point is where natural gas can create the greatest economic and strategic value for Namibia's integrated energy system. But it means you have to define what that energy system is. In the power system, for example, flexible and dispatchable gas-fired generation could support supply when rainfall reduces hydropower. It can respond during peak demand, it can complement variable solar and wind generation, and provide security when regional supplies are constrained. Properly integrated, natural gas need not compete with Namibia's renewable ambitions. It could make them even more resilient. Solar, wind, hydropower, storage, all of these things are they bring strength to your energy system and should be recognized for those strengths. But how you play them together, how you mix them, how you organize them, how you structure them, and how you get the most value for Namibia is what matters at the end of the day. The value of gas extends also beyond electricity. Depending on economics, scale, and market conditions, it can supply energy and feedstock to industry while stimulating activity in infrastructure, engineering, logistics, operations, maintenance, professional services. Every sector of the economy can actually benefit. Its value is therefore not limited to the price of an exported molecule. It also lies in the electricity generated, the mineral processing that's enabled, the fertilizer that you could produce, petrochemical products that you could produce both for local as well as export purposes, the investment that you attract, the enterprises developed, and the skills and the employment created. This is the multiplier effect of natural gas in the domestic economy. Exports remain essential because they can provide scale, investment, and revenues for national development. The export covers all of the different products that I've listed earlier. The policy challenge is to determine where exports and domestic utilization reinforce one another and how both can serve Namibia's long-term objectives. This, and I want to underline, is an economic and strategic question, not an ideological one. Beyond domestic use and global exports lies a third opportunity: the regional market. Africa's population will grow by about 1 billion people by 2050, most of them in sub-Saharan Africa. Africa's energy demand will likely double within that period of time. Namibia's location, Atlantic access, its ports, electricity interconnections, and emerging energy resources create possibilities for regional gas-to-power trade, shared infrastructure, and exports of fertilizer, petrochemicals across not only sub-Saharan Africa, but even beyond. And so regional integration can both expand markets and strengthen resilience. This matters because energy investments are capital intensive. Large infrastructure projects require scale. Scale requires demand. And some of that demand, in the case of Namibia, has to be found beyond your borders. As a country of 3.4 million people, if you really want to develop your energy system at scale, you need to look beyond your borders and look at the market that lies in the region, across Africa, and in the rest of the world. Converting these opportunities into prosperity will require physical infrastructure, credible commercial arrangements, and access to long-term finance. Projects must be bankable, fiscal terms competitive, regulatory frameworks predictable, and risks understood, and both allocated and mitigated appropriately. A successful gas economy also requires technical, commercial, regulatory, financial, and analytical expertise. Institutions, skills, knowledge, and finance must develop alongside power plants, ports, and other physical assets. Otherwise, resources cannot deliver their full potential. The quality of decision-making will therefore be critical. Namibia must assess the appropriate balance between all of the options that it has, because it does have many, probably more than most countries have. And how it looks at the role of gas in power generation, the most valuable industry applications it will put it to, the sequence of developing its infrastructure, accessible regional markets, the effects of technology and how that changes over time, climate variability, anticipated future geopolitical change, which will certainly come. All of these are things that need to be considered and planned for now, in advance. And a critical component of this is a gas master plan. You must have a gas master plan. And having that sooner rather than later enables you to actually plan for a successful future. The challenges are many, and there's no universal solution. Every producing country has its own geology, its own characteristics. Namibia's objective should not be to import another country's model, but to build its own on the strongest possible evidence, having learned from the experiences of others. Namibia need not build these capabilities alone. International experience, both successes and setbacks, can shorten its learning curve without imposing foreign models. Within this broader context, the Gas Exporting Countries Forum can be a valuable partner. Its 20 member countries, including 9 from Africa account for over 70% of global proven gas resources or reserves, and more than half of global gas exports. The forum brings expertise across the gas value chain, reinforced by analysis of demand, supply, LNG trade, investment, infrastructure, technology, etc. And so through policy dialogue, capacity building, training, institutional exchanges, these capabilities can support Namibia as it evaluates its development pathways. The purpose is not prescription, it is partnership. Namibia's choices remain its own prerogative. Ladies and gentlemen, Namibia stands at an important moment. Few countries combine the wealth that Namibia has at its disposal. The opportunity is not simply to become an oil or gas producer or a renewable energy producer or an exporter of minerals. It is to combine these strengths to build productive, diversified, inclusive, and resilient economy, one with reliable and competitive energy, greater domestic value creation, new industries, and wider opportunities for its future. Achieving that outcome will require sound decisions that look beyond the immediate revenue derivable from a resource towards the wider capacity and value that it can generate in the long term. And so the choices Namibia makes today may shape its economy, not only for the next investment cycle or development plan, but for generations. I currently live in Qatar, in Doha, and every day when I wake up, I step outside and I witness the result of seizing moments like this. That country transformed itself in less than 40 years, one generation. There's no reason why Namibia cannot do the same. That is why this moment matters. That is why cooperation matters. And so as I conclude, GCF stands ready to contribute as a partner to Namibia as it embarks on its chosen pathway to development in line with its own priorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We sincerely appreciate your valuable contribution and your support for Namibia's growing role within the global energy community. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to invite the Minister of Industry, Mines and Energy, Honorable Modestus Amutse, to deliver his ministerial remarks. Honorable Minister, the podium is yours.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, Madam Lucia Vetboy, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, honorable members of Cabinet and members of Parliament present, Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, Special Advisor and Head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit in the Office of the President, Attorney General of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Festus Mbandeka, and His Excellency Dr. Philip Mselbila, Secretary General of the Gas Exporting Countries Forum, governors present, honorable mayors present. I want to recognize the honorable mayor of the city of Windhoek, our host indeed, and other mayors that may be present. And of course, all diplomatic corps, and I should recognize the presence of Mr. Yason Kasuto, the chairperson of the Economic Association of Namibia, and indeed the host of this conference, together with the co-organizing partners such as NIPDB, NAMCOR, the Hans Seidel Foundation, and SNC Incorporated. They are captains of the industry, operators, investors, sponsors, and exhibitors, distinguished delegates, local and international, and of course my tribe, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you very much. It is a privilege to me to address you at the official opening of the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference for 2026, and to do so just moments before the statement of Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, who is here with us this morning. The discoveries of the Orange Basin have moved Namibia from prospect to priority on the global energy map, and we are now approaching the decisive milestones, which is the final investment decisions targeted from this year and the first oil before the end of this decade. Between those 2 points lies the real work, and it is on that work that my ministry is properly fixed. Our strategic plan for 2026 to 2030 carries one organizing idea, which is to move this country from exploration to readiness, so that Namibia is ready onshore when production begins offshore. Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, our President of the Republic of Namibia, indeed, and I confirm, has instructed us to be ever ready. And we are ready. What does readiness mean in practice? It means an onshore petroleum supply base to serve as the logistics backbone of this industry, lowering costs and building local capacity. It means expanded and refurbished fuel storage to secure national supply. It means a petrochemical testing laboratory to protect the integrity of our fuels and our revenues. It means modern seismic and geoscientific data systems, because investment flows from jurisdictions whose subsurface is well understood and whose data is credible. None of this is glamorous. All of it is what separates countries that found oil from countries that were ready for it. Second, certainty. Because I know it is the word every investor in this hall listened for or listened to. Let me offer this one in 3 forms. I start with institutional certainty. The placement of upstream petroleum under the upstream petroleum unit in the office of the President is not at all a disruption. It is a deliberate realignment to protect a sensitive and strategic sector drawn from the experience of producing nations, and it comes with full accountability, including annual reporting to the National Assembly. The regulatory powers of the state remain clear and unchanged, and my ministry continues to carry the mandates of industrialization, mining, energy, and downstream petroleum. And I also want to move to policy certainty, that the national upstream petroleum local content policy now gives this industry its rules of engagement, developed through genuine consultation with the very operators, financiers, and communities represented in this room. It tells you exactly what Namibia expects. Namibian employment maximized, Namibian suppliers prioritized, skills and technology transferred, and meaningful Namibian participation, ownership, and financing across the value chain. And the physical certainty is one that I wanted to touch, which is a stable and transparent framework that we have, with petroleum revenues managed from the long term, including through the Helvetia Sovereign Wealth Fund. Predictability is our policy. Namibia does not move goalposts. And let me say this directly to our international partners, because I'm so happy to see you today in this very room. It is local content properly done is not a tax on your investment. That is the durability I'm speaking about. It is the durability of it. An industry surrounded by capable Namibian suppliers, skilled Namibian workers, and invested Namibian communities is an industry with social license, political stability, and a future measured in generations. That is what the policy builds, and my ministry will implement it with you, not against you. I'm happy to state that our local banks have informed me that they stand ready to receive bankable proposals from the oil and gas sector for their consideration. That's very good news. And that speaks to how ready we are as a nation. And thirdly, this conference, I want to say government does not endorse platforms lightly. We endorse this one because it does in practice what our policy demands on paper. The local content and suppliers masterclass is supplier readiness in action. And the NIPDB, local supplier pitching, now in its second edition, puts Namibia enterprises directly in front of operators and investors. And the structured matchmaking builds the partnership our policy calls for. The exhibition is open to the public, free of charge, so that this industry belongs to every Namibian who walks through the door, inclusive of our international partners, of course. And the numbers speak. More than 1,500 delegates and over 70 exhibitors, Your Excellency, are here with us today. This represents nearly double the participation of 2 years ago. To the Economic Association of Namibia and its chairman, and to the co-organizing partners, the NIPDB, NAMCOR, the Hans Seidler Foundation, and the SNC Incorporated, you have built a national asset. This platform carries the full support of my ministry and indeed of the government of the Republic of Namibia. To Namibian entrepreneurs here today, the master classes, the pitching sessions, and the policy are doors your government has opened for you. Walk through them prepared. To investors, you have found a jurisdiction that is stable, serious, and ready to build with you. Bring your capital, bring your technology, and bring your best standards, and you will find in Namibia a partner that keeps its word. The task before all of us is captured in a single sentence: to ensure that history records not merely that Namibia found oil, but that Namibia was ready. On behalf of the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy, I wish this conference every success, and I now want to return the floor to the directors of ceremony, as I thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Honourable Minister. Let's give our Honourable Minister another warm applause. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the discoveries off our shores have opened a new chapter of possibility. But as the theme of this conference so aptly reminds us, the real measure of success will be our ability to move from decision to dividend, making Namibia's oil work for Namibians. This morning's program speaks directly to that national ambition, a long-term energy strategy positioning Namibia as a significant emerging hydrocarbon hub, while ensuring that resource development advances environmental responsibility, socio-economic growth, and importantly, tangible benefits for our people. At the center of that national vision is a president who has placed the responsible development of Namibia's oil and gas resources high on the national agenda, not simply as an extractive opportunity, but as a potential catalyst for investment, skills development, employment, local enterprise, economic diversification, and lasting prosperity for Namibians. It is thus my distinct honor, as we now arrive at the ceremonial highlight of this morning's proceedings, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, has graciously delegated the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia to represent her and to deliver the official opening address on her behalf. It is therefore my distinct honor and privilege to welcome and invite to the podium, and I invite you to please rise, Her Excellency, Madame Lucia Witbooi.
Good morning, you may be seated. Yeah. Director of Ceremonies, Honorable Modestus Amutse, Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers that might be present here, our Attorney General, Mr. Festus Bandeka, Members of Parliament, Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, the Special Advisor and Head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit in the Office of the President. His Excellency Dr. Philip Jalbila, Secretary General of the Gas Exporting Countries Forum. If we have governors here, I recognize your presence. Your worships here, I recognize your presence. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Mr. Jason Kasuto, Chairman of the Economic Association of Namibia and host of this conference. Mrs. Julia Muetuhane, Chief Executive Officer of the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, Dr. Clemens von, that's her name. That one. The resident, my apologies also, the resident representative of the Hans Fiedel Foundation Namibia and co-host, Mr. Shakwa Nyambe, the managing partner of SNC Incorporated, co-organizing partner, Mr. Travis Smithart, the Chief Executive Officer of Rhino Resources, our Managing Director of the National Petroleum Corporation of Namibia, NAMCOR, Ms. Victoria Sabia, captains of industry, esteemed investors, sponsors, and exhibitors, distinguished speakers, panelists, and delegates, the members of the media. They are not my tribe. I'm the tribe of mobilization. That is my tribe. But the minister's tribe, who must make sure that this conference what is going on here reach the whole world. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Moro. Moro, moro. Yeah. It is my distinct honor to join you today on this important occasion, marking the official opening of the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference under the theme, From Decision to Dividend, Making Namibia's Oil Work for Namibians. First and foremost, I bring you the warm greetings and full support of Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, who is unable to join us today due to other equally important national duties. Her Excellency has delegated me to deliver this statement on her behalf. And the head of state wishes this conference a resounding success. Allow me to commend the Economic Association of Namibia in partnership with the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board and the Hans Fiedel Foundation, together with the strategic and co-organizing partners, Namibia Petroleum Corporation of Namibia, NAMCOR, Shakwa Nyambe, and Company Incorporated, and Rhino Resources for convening this important national platform. At this stage of Namibia's petroleum journey, dialogue between government, industry, investors, financiers, entrepreneurs, communities, academia, and civil society is not a luxury. It is a necessity. To our international guests who have traveled from across the continent and from across the oceans, I extend a warm welcome to Namibia, the land of the brave. You have come not simply as visitors, but as partners in a national undertaking whose consequences will extend well beyond the life of any single field or project. We trust that your engagement here will be characterized by honesty, mutual respect, responsible investment, and a shared commitment to creating lasting value. Director of Ceremonies, Namibia stands at a defining moment in its economic history. The petroleum discoveries made in the Orange Basin has transformed the country's global energy profile and attracted some of the world's leading energy companies and investors. Exploration and appraisal activities continue to expand our understanding of the basin, while major discoveries such as Venus and Mopane are moving the national conversation from exploration towards development and production. The recent exploration results in Shell PL 0039, including the Maron 1X well, have further demonstrated that the basin continues to hold a significant geological potential. At the same time, the entry of new international partners into Namibia's exploration portfolio demonstrates the continuing confidence in the country's petroleum prospects. But let me state clearly, discovery is not the destination. A resource beneath our waters becomes a national success only when it is responsibly developed and translated into tangible improvements in the lives of our people. It must become employment for Namibians, opportunities for our enterprises, skills for our young people, technology for our institutions, infrastructure for our economy, revenues for national development, and savings for our future generations. This is why the theme of this conference is particularly appropriate. The journey from decision to dividend is not merely a technical sequence from exploration to development and production. It is a national value creation chain. Every decision taken today about field development, procurement, infrastructure, financing, technology, skills, taxation, environmental management, and partnerships will determine the extent to which petroleum wealth is retained and multiplied within Namibia. Our task is therefore to move from resource confidence disciplined to disciplined execution. Namibia must be ready for the transition from exploration to development. That means strengthening our institutions, improving regulatory certainty, developing the necessary infrastructure and logistics, building a competitive domestic supplier base, preparing our workforce and ensuring that the state has the capacity to negotiate, monitor and manage the increasingly complex petroleum operations. The government's objective is not simply to attract capital into Namibia. We seek investment that creates enduring national value. We welcome international capital, technology, and expertise because these are essential to developing complex deep water resources. But partnership must be reciprocal. International investors must see Namibia not merely as a geological opportunity, but as a country in which they can build lasting industrial, human capital, and commercial partnership. The government will continue to provide a stable and credible investment environment. Namibia's political stability, constitutional democracy, independent judiciary, and commitment to the rule of law remains important foundations for investment. At the same time, predictability must be matched by accountability. Government must be predictable in its rules and its decisions, while investors must be predictable in their commitments, performance, and in their contacts. This is particularly important as Namibia approaches the first major development decisions. The Venus discovery is currently the most advanced offshore development project in the country. Publicly stated project plans have envisaged a development base in an FPSO, which a production plateau of approximately 150,000 barrels of oil equivalent burden of the required regulatory, fiscal, environmental, and other processes. Mopane is progressing in parallel with further exploration and appraisal planned to establish the resource base and development concept. These projects have the potential to establish the foundation of a new producing basin and, importantly, a new industrial ecosystem around it. The government therefore recognizes that timely project delivery matters. At the same time, speed cannot come at the expense of sound governance, appropriate fiscal returns, environmental protection, or long-term national interests. We must demonstrate that Namibia can be both investment-friendly and institutionally firm, both commercially competitive and protective of the public interest. Ladies and gentlemen, our sixth National Development Plan, NDB6, places economic growth, transformation, and resilience at the center of Namibia's development agenda. within the oil and gas focus area. NDP6 envisage the development of an oil and gas industry that contributes to Namibia's socio-economic development and sets 2030 outcomes for the emergence of domestic oil and gas production. It also identifies stronger legal and policy frameworks, sustainable field development, infrastructure and investment growth, and skills, research and innovation as important strategies. The significance of this approach cannot be overstated. Petroleum must not become an enclave industry operating alongside the Namibian economy. It must become a catalyst for diversification, industrialization, and enterprise development. The value chain must extend beyond the offshore platform to ports, logistics, fabrication, engineering, marine services, financial services, information technology, environmental services, catering, accommodation, training, research and development, manufacturing, and other supporting sectors. The government has accordingly advanced the National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy as a central instrument for ensuring that Namibians participate meaningfully in this emerging industry. Cabinet approved the policy in principle following extensive consultations, and the government has continued the process of refining the framework through engagements with our stakeholders. The policy is directed at building Namibia's capabilities and capacity, maximizing employment and development of Namibians, increasing participation by local suppliers, facilitating technology and knowledge transfer, and promoting Namibia's ownership and financing financing across the value chain. Our approach to local content must be ambitious, but it must also be commercially intelligent. Local participation cannot mean compromising our safety, equality, efficiency, or international competitiveness. It means deliberately building the capabilities that will allow Namibian companies and professionals to compete successfully. The ultimate objective is not a temporary preference for local suppliers. It is the creation of a globally competitive Namibian supply base that can serve our own industry and, in time, regional and international markets. I therefore call upon operators and contractors to treat local content as a strategic business responsibility rather than a compliance exercise. Early identification of procurement opportunities, transparent contracting processes, meaningful training programs, technology transfer, mentorship, secondments, and supplier development must become part of our project planning from the onset. Waiting until major contracts are already awarded will be too late. To our Namibian entrepreneurs, professional institutions, and our young people, The opportunity is real, but it will not be automatic. The petroleum industry is capital intensive, technological demanding, and governed by exacting standards. Our businesses must therefore invest in quality, certification, financial discipline, project management, health and safety, environmental performance, and technical competence. Government can create access and a policy framework. Competitiveness must ultimately be built by the market participants themselves. Director of Ceremonies. A second pillar of our national approach is revenue governance. Petroleum revenues must be managed transparently, prudently, and for the long-term public interest. Namibia has already established the Welwitschia Sovereign Wealth Fund, whose objectives include strengthening national resilience and preserving resource wealth for our future generations. The fund is an important part of the institutional architecture through which the benefits of finite natural resources can be transformed into national wealth, lasting national wealth. The principle is simple. Petroleum revenue must not be treated as an invitation to consume more today at the expense of tomorrow. We must use a portion of resource income to strengthen public finances, support productive investment, and preserve wealth for our future generations. Fiscal discipline will be as important as fiscal revenue. The government will continue to strengthen institutions, systems, and reporting mechanisms that supports accountability and public confidence. Distinguished guests, the emergence of a petroleum industry also creates an opportunity for Namibia to position itself as a regional energy and service hub. Our geographic position on the Atlantic, our port infrastructure, our political stability, and our growing energy investment pipeline provide a basis for developing capabilities that can serve not only Namibia's projects, but also the wider regional markets. This requires deliberate investment in our ports, logistics, marine services, storage, fabrication, training, and specialized industrial infrastructure. Government alone cannot build this ecosystem. It requires partnerships between the state, the investors, operators, financial institutions, educational institutions, our local authorities, and Namibian businesses. To our development partners and international institutions, Namibia welcomes constructive cooperation, technical assistance, and knowledge exchange. We value partnerships that strengthens our institutional capacity and enable Namibians to progressively assume greater responsibility for the management and development of our resources. To our financial institutions and our investors, the petroleum opportunity is also a call to develop appropriate Namibian financing capabilities, local participation cannot depend entirely on foreign capital. We must build mechanisms that allow credible Namibian businesses to finance growth, participate in supply chains, and capture a greater share of the value generated by the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, the growth of this conference itself is significant. I am informed that more than 1,500 delegates and over 70 exhibitors are participating this year, compared with 885 delegates 2 years ago. These numbers reflect the growing interest in Namibia's energy future and the expanding network of relationships through which opportunities can be created. But we should measure success by more than our attendance. The true measure of this conference will be what happens after the closed doors. This is why I encourage all participants to use these 3 days for a purpose. Let government listen to the industry. Let the industry understand government priorities. Let financiers identify viable opportunities. Let Namibian businesses establish partnerships. Let our young people understand the standards they must meet. Let international partners identify areas in which they can contribute to Namibia's long-term development. The government is committed to ensuring that the petroleum sector develops in a manner that it is transparent, it is responsible, it is inclusive and commercially sustainable. Our ambition is not simply to become an oil-producing country. Our ambition is to become a country that uses the petroleum opportunity intelligently to accelerate our economic transformation. We want an industry that leaves behind skills, companies, infrastructure, institutions, technology, and financial assets. We want our future generations to look back and conclude that Namibia used their resources to build enduring national capabilities. Director of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm concluding, normally it's very difficult for our politicians to conclude, but this is my conclusion. Allow me once again to commend the Economic Association of Namibia and all co-hosting strategic and organizing partners for convening this important platform in the national interest. And with these few remarks, it is now my honor and my privilege on behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia, to declare the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference 2026 officially opened. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those important and indeed forward-looking remarks. I think, ladies and gentlemen, if there is one message that resonates strongly, it is that Namibia's oil and gas story must ultimately be a Namibian prosperity story, one in which the discovery of resources translates into opportunity, participation, and meaningful economic value for our people. Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, thank you for setting that vision so clearly and for reminding us of both the tremendous opportunity before us and the responsibility that comes with it. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in expressing our profound appreciation to Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia, for her leadership and vision. At this juncture, I would now like to call to the stage the host chairman, Mr. Jason Kasutu, as well as our VP, Her Excellency Lucia Witbooi, to please receive this token of appreciation on behalf of the organizing committee. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we now commence the official exhibition tour. May I kindly request your attention to the following arrangements. Members of the media, you are requested to please proceed first to the exhibition hall in preparation for the arrival of the official delegation. So if I would kindly request our members of the media at this juncture, you are welcome to make your way to the exhibition hall. All other delegates, you are kindly requested to remain in the Omatako room right here until the official party has departed. The exhibition tour will be led by Her Excellency the Vice President, together with Jason Kasutu and Mohammed Shia, who will guide the delegation through the exhibition. Once the official delegation has exited the venue, the rest of us, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to please not leave. Distinguished delegates, if it is possible, please remain, and we will be able to view the ceremonial ribbon cutting on the screens here in the venue. Thank you so much for your cooperation. I will now ask our official party to be led to the exhibition hall while the rest of us remain here. Thank you. Thank you, distinguished delegates. You are welcome to take your seats. Thank you for your cooperation. As mentioned, we will be able to view the ribbon cutting ceremony from here in the venue. Immediately after the ceremonial ribbon cutting, I will invite you for a very short comfort break. As you have noticed, we are behind schedule and we would like to offer our speakers and delegates the value of time. So we thank you for your cooperation. We are waiting just on the high-level delegation to make their way to the exhibition hall. During break, we also encourage our delegates to please make your way through the exhibition. We encourage you to take the opportunity to engage with our exhibitors. This year's exhibition, ladies and gentlemen, showcases leading organizations from across the global oil and gas value chain, representing cutting-edge technologies, engineering expertise, energy solutions, and service providers supporting Namibia's rapidly developing industry. So please take your time to ask questions, exchange business cards, begin conversations that could lead to future collaboration. And the bonus is that there is lots and lots of coffee and proper coffee at all the stations in the exhibition hall. So you will be energized for the rest of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, also just an announcement to our technical delegates and speakers. The tech session is through Exhibition Hall 2. You will see as you exit this venue, right across the venue, you'll have Exhibition Hall 2. Please move. It's been strategically organized like that and designed that you go through the exhibition hall, and then you will find the technical theatre at the back of the exhibition hall. So you're also encouraged to make your way through there. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for that technical challenge that we have in terms of having you view the ceremonial ribbon cutting. However, I believe that it is happening, and due to time, I'm going to invite you now to enjoy some networking refreshments. Please note that there are various refreshment stations basically all over the venue. So right here, as you exit, you'll find some refreshment stations. Please go through the exhibition halls, and also on the other side, next to the technical theatre, you're also welcome to enjoy something refreshing on that side. Please note, ladies and gentlemen, very, very important, we will reconvene here at 11:50. May I kindly call on your cooperation to please make your way back to your seat and join us here promptly at 11:50. Our sincere thanks to Total Energies, who are generously hosting today's coffee break. Once again, thank you to Total Energies. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your coffee break. Distinguished delegates, may I kindly ask you to please make your way back inside the venue. Our executive delegates, we invite you to the Omatako room. Our technical delegates, you are welcome to proceed to the technical theatre. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly call you to please make your way back to the various venues. Our Vice President, Her Excellency Madame Lucia Witbooi, will be joining us until lunch. And I believe that they are currently doing the exhibition tour. In the meantime, we ask our distinguished delegates to kindly make your way back to your seats, as we would like to commence with the rest of our program for today. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, a kind call and request on you to please make your way to your seats. All technical delegates, kindly proceed to Hall 2 now. The session there will start soon. Kindly proceed to Hall 2 or to the technical theatre. The speaker or the session there is about to start. All our executive delegates, kindly immediately make your way to the Omataka room, the main venue, as we are ready to proceed with the next session of our program. Ladies and gentlemen, we count on your usual cooperation. To our upcoming speakers and presenters, we kindly also request that you remain within the allotted time frame so that we give and grant each one a fair chance. Testing. Thank you. Thank you to our very obedient delegates here in the room who honors time. I'm once again requesting our delegates to please make your way to your seats. We would like to proceed with our program. We kindly ask the technical delegates, if you have not yet made your way to the technical theatre, that's in Hall 2, adjacent to Exhibition Hall 2, please do so immediately. The session has commenced. Our executive delegates, your cooperation is highly appreciated. Please find your way back to the Omatako room. We would like to start with the rest of our proceedings. We would also like to honor the time of our Vice President, who has committed to remain with us until lunch. May we kindly ask you to please take your seats. I would also like to call on our speakers to kindly make your way to the main hall as we are ready to proceed. Thank you. Yep. Is it on? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming back and making your way to the Omatako room. Our delegates who are still outside in the exhibition hall, there will be more time for you to engage. To our delegates still enjoying refreshments, please kindly make your way back inside the venue. We have indicated that we would like to and we would have loved to start at 12 o'clock. However, we've given you some extra time and we will promptly now start at 10 past 12. Ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely apologize that we are behind schedule. However, we also thank you for your valued time and appreciate that you are here at this very, very important conference. Our final call to our executive delegates, please find your seats. Our technical delegates, you are welcome to proceed to the theatre room that's in Hall 2, and we are ready to start our program. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, kindly take your seats. Kindly take your seats. As we prepare to continue with the executive conference, I trust you've enjoyed the opportunity to visit the exhibition, to reconnect with colleagues and continue the conversations initiated during this morning's official opening. If I could once again ask everyone to please take their seats. This is quite a difficult herd I'm dealing with today. I mean, I actually had to go out and drag everyone by the hand, but thanks to the obedient herd for having taken your seats already, I acknowledge that. There's a bunch that's, including the bunch right in front of me, imagine. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished delegates, having officially opened the conference this morning, we now move into the substantive discussions that will define the remainder of our program. Our next series of presentations will focus on investment, skills development, and the collaborative leadership required to transform discovery into sustainable national development. It now gives me great pleasure to invite our next speaker. The Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board continues to play a pivotal role in positioning Namibia as an internationally competitive investment destination while promoting sustainable economic growth and local participation. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the NIPDB, Ms. Julia Mwetudana. Let's give her a warm round of applause.
Director of Proceedings, allow me to proceed on the established protocols. Good afternoon. So on behalf of Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, it is my great pleasure to welcome you at the 4th Namibia Oil and Gas Conference and Exhibition. Whether you are a returning delegate, partner, or discovering the land of the brave for the first time, your presence here underscores a shared belief Namibia is no longer just a frontier of promise, but a proven responsible player in the global energy landscape. I also want to thank our partners, and I'm not going to call them out, but I want to specifically concentrate on partnership, because building Namibia oil and gas industry is not the responsibility of one institution. It is a national undertaking that requires that government, investors, operators, financiers, training institutions, communities, and Namibian businesses to move with shared purposes, as also alluded earlier this morning. The theme before us, from decision to dividend, making Namibia's oil work for Namibia, is both timely and demanding. It doesn't say dream, it says work. So this really calls that we pull up our sleeves and tie up our shoelaces so that we can run together. It reminds us that a discovery is a geological fact, and development is an investment decision. But a national dividend is a deliberate outcome. It does not arise automatically. It is created when sound, responsive, predictable policy, responsible capital, enabling infrastructure, relevant skills, and competitive local enterprises are deliberately connected. For Namibia, that dividend must be visible in quality of jobs, as alluded earlier, technical skills, and technology transfer, suppliers contracts, stronger Namibian businesses, sustainable revenue, infrastructure development, and lasting benefits for our communities. So closely aligned to the local content policy development yesterday, the NIPDB hosted our second local content pitching session with a valued sponsorship of Shell Namibia, where Namibian businesses presented their capabilities and solutions directly to energy sector stakeholders. It is a demonstration of the shooting bamboo tree. What we witnessed was important. These entrepreneurs were not asking to be included as a favor. They came forward as potential commercial partners ready to provide high-quality services and ultimately becoming active players in driving our economy forward and creating much-needed jobs for our people. Oil and gas development requires far more than offshore engineering. It needs transport and logistics, accommodation, catering, construction, equipment, inspection of maintenance, health and safety services, legal and other services. While many of these capabilities already exist in Namibia, we are also accurately aware that it is critical to align and meet the required industry standards and certifications. And as a country, we are willing and committed to build them through targeted investment, skills development, and purposeful partnerships. The pitching session, Her Excellency is just coming in the room. The pitching session therefore carried, I just want to acknowledge Her Excellency, who just came into the room now, and I will just continue, Your Excellency, if you can allow me. The pitching session therefore carried a clear message. Local content cannot be treated as a side conversation or a box-ticking exercise. It must be built into project planning, procurement strategies, and supplier development from the earliest possible stage. We will continue these conversations through NIPDB, vodcast, and our exhibition stand. Here at the conference, giving participating businesses a platform to explain what this opportunity means for Namibians, SMEs, and how local entrepreneurs can prepare themselves for the sector. Allow me, therefore, to place 3 practical calls before this conference. The first call is our operators, contractors, and investors. Engage Namibian suppliers early. Communicate future demand, procurement standards, and timeless clearly. Unbundle opportunities where commercially practical support, supplier development, and build partnership that transfer capability rather than merely complete transactions. The second call goes to Namibian businesses. Move from mere interest to readiness. Ensure that you are fully prepared and capacitated to fully participate in the sector. Demonstrate reliability, compliance, and the required quality standards. The opportunity is there right now, but it is also competitive. Participation, therefore, is not guaranteed by Namibian citizenship, but the demonstrated ability to serve the industry at the required standards. Preparation must begin even before procurement notices are published. My third call is to our fellow government and public institutions. Let us continue strengthening coordination, policy responsiveness, and predictabilities. Investors and local businesses should experience government as one enabling system, even where mandates are distributed across several institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference theme challenges to close the distance between decision and dividend. That decision is closed through implementation, through contract awards, skill transfer, business scaled, project financed, infrastructure delivered, and community strengthened. The NIPDB remains committed to work this journey with the industry, investors, and our Namibian enterprises, from attraction to establishment, from facilitation to aftercare, and from opportunity identification to meaningful economic participation. Let this, therefore, move us beyond discussion and towards practical commitments. Let us build an industry that is globally competitive, environmentally responsible, and maximize the opportunity it creates. In conclusion, from decision to dividend, from potential to production, from investment to impact, and from a new industry to a stronger, more inclusive Namibia. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Julia. Thank you for highlighting the important role that investment promotion and strategic partnerships continue to play in Namibia's economic future. Ladies and gentlemen, building an internationally competitive petroleum sector requires investment not only in infrastructure, but equally in people. Petrofund continues to play a critical role in developing Namibia's future energy professionals through education and training. It is therefore my pleasure to invite now the Chief Executive Officer of the Petroleum Training and Education Fund, Nilian Mulemi, to address us.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. I know we are all expecting to see a female, but unfortunately, or fortunately, you're seeing a male. Thank you very much. I'll be delivering the statement on behalf of the Chief Executive Officer. I bring you warm greetings from the Petrofund family, and I'll read the statement as it was prepared. Directors of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, Madam Lucia Vetboy, our Vice President, Honorable Modesto Samutse, Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy, Honorable Cornelia Shulunga, Special Advisor and Head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit, Madam Aune Amutenya, the Acting Petroleum Commissioner in the Office of the President, Madam Vicky Sivea, Managing Director of NAMCO and also our board member, Madam Julia, the Acting CEO of NIPDB, Mr. Jason Kasuto, Chairman of the Economic Association of Namibia, distinguished country managers for all operators and service companies, captains of industries, ladies and gentlemen, not to forget the media who left. Good morning. It is a pleasure to join you at the Namibia Oil and Gas Conference 2026, held under the theme From Decisions to Dividend, making Namibia's oil work for Namibians. This theme strongly aligns with Petrofund's mandate of developing the skills and talent needed to ensure meaningful Namibian participation in the petroleum industry. The true measure of the impact of oil and gas industry to Namibia's economic development will be accounted for through the growth in jobs and living standards and the stimulation of local support services. Allow me to thank the organizers, sponsors, and partners for convening this important platform. Conferences like this provide valuable opportunities to strengthen collaboration, exchange ideas, and collectively shape the future of Namibia's energy sector. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as Namibia continues its journey from exploration towards production, there is a need to ramp up local capacity through strategic partnerships and ensure that Namibians are ready to participate meaningfully in this very same sector. Continued offshore discoveries and further explorations have heightened this need and reinforced the importance of skills development. At Petrofund, we remain committed to investing in what we proudly call barrels of skills and opportunities, to develop a globally competitive workforce through partnerships between government, industry, training institutions, and development partners. To date, Petrofund has inked more than 10 strategic MOUs with operators and service companies. These partnerships are creating opportunities for young Namibians through internships, on-the-job training, skills development initiatives, and employment pathways. I am pleased to report that through these collaborations, more than 60 Namibians have already secured internship and employment opportunities. Notable examples include 23 Namibians employed by Technip FMC Namibia with training opportunities in Ghana, Nigeria, and France. 13 Namibians currently participating in the second year of on-the-job training program with SBM Offshore in India, following an initial training program in Malaysia. 3 remote-operated vehicle pilot technicians are permanently employed by Subsea 7 and deployed internationally, with an additional 3 candidates expected to commence their training in September this year. Upon successful completion of training, they too will be equally employed and absorbed in the Subsea 7 operations. 3 young Namibians are currently on an internship program with Yinson Production in Ghana. And I must state, there are continued efforts in terms of recruitment and skills development opportunities by companies such as Halliburton, SLB, Baker Hughes, and BW Energy. I would like to sincerely thank all operators and service companies partnering with Petrofund to develop local capacity. I also encourage more industry players to open their doors to Namibians through internship, work placement exposure, and employment opportunities. As Namibia advances towards development and production, it is essential that we expose and integrate Namibians into offshore operations, rigs, and future FPSO facilities. Through strategic partnerships, we can ensure that our workforce is ready to meet industry demand. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, another important initiative is PetroConnect, Petrofund's digital CV repository and talent matching platform. PetroConnect connects job seekers with opportunities in the oil and gas sector by enabling qualified Namibians to create professional profiles and upload their CVs and credentials at no cost. We commend 3C Medal, Technip FMC, SBM Offshore, Weatherford, and Yinson Production for being among the first companies to utilize this platform to advertise opportunities and recruit local talent. And I think through what I mentioned earlier, in terms of the candidates in Ghana, it was done through PetroConnect. I encourage all operators and service providers and supporting businesses to subscribe to the platform. PetroConnect supports our local content objectives by making it easier to identify qualified Namibians while helping address critical skills gaps in the industry. Skills development, I know I'm running out of time, bear with me, remains at the core of Petrofund's mandate. Allow me to highlight some of the interventions that we have implemented. To date, we have invested about 160 million Namibian dollars in education and training of over 500 Namibians through undergraduate, postgraduate, technical and vocational programs under the Petrofund Namibia Scholarship Program. Of these graduates, over 83 graduates specialized in critical petroleum and energy-related disciplines that are essential for the growth of Namibia's upstream oil and gas industries. That include roustabouts, roughnecks at the IDTC in Indonesia, welding and fitting and turning at Sonamet in Angola in collaboration with Subsea 7, and several specialized programs at the Oil and Gas Centers of Excellence in the UK, US, France, and Canada. Now, these investments are contributing to skilled national talent pool capable of supporting a global competitive energy sector. I'm equally pleased to announce that our graduates are proudly serving the Namibian oil and gas industry in various roles. At the TVET level, Petrofund continues to support training in high-demand technical fields, equipping young Namibians with practical and industry-relevant skills. Yinson Production, for instance, has fully funded 16 Namibians to undertake offshore dead cadet training in Sumatra in South Africa, while Chevron has funded 13 Namibians to undertake welding and fitting and turning programs at NIEMT. In 2026, our objective is to support more than 100 Namibians through the scholarship opportunities in priority fields. As the industry moves closer to production, technical and vocational skills will become increasingly important, and Petrofund will continue to expand for these TVET programs. As I conclude, beyond skills development, we are also strengthening participation of local businesses. This is through a $1 million Namibian financial support from First Rank Group and Petrofund and its partners. We successfully hosted the Upstream Oil and Gas Local Suppliers Workshop in April, and the second edition is slated for the last quarter of this year. And we really encourage all of you to participate in this important upliftment of our local businesses. You might be seeing I'm cutting the CEO's speech due to time. And we also collaborate with rig operators to offer exposure of upstream oil and gas operations to strategic OMAs and national academic institutions. One of our latest is the Saipem 12,000 drill ship, which was visited by the upstream oil and gas senior government delegation recently. I believe I should move on to the concluding part. Petrofund will be announcing the 2027 scholarship program in a few weeks, and we really urge you all to participate, especially the young people in the room. These opportunities are for you, by you. And we really want to express our sincere appreciation to all our strategic partners for investing in Namibian people and its future. The success of Namibia's oil and local content aspiration depends on strong collaboration among government, industry, training institutions, and local businesses. To this end, thank you.
Thank you, Shoki, for delivering those remarks on behalf of Ms. Mulemi. Ladies and gentlemen, every successful conference benefits from a conversation that sets the tone for the discussions ahead. Our next speaker has long been recognized for his strategic insight into Namibia's legal, commercial, and investment environment within the energy sector. His presentation will help frame the conversations that follow as industry leaders examine the journey from discovery to development. Please join me in welcoming founder and managing partner and also our conference strategic partner, SNC Incorporated, Shakwa Nambe.
Thank you so much, Rocher, for the introduction. I'm well aware of the time constraints, so you don't need to encroach my territory. I'll make sure I'm on time. Thank you so much. So my presentation will just be a scene-setter on what is to come later on when I have the operators on the table here on the podium. I'm not giving a speech, but I would still like to recognize Her Excellency, the Vice President, as well as our Honorable Minister. For them to still be here after the official opening, it means this conference really means a lot and the talks are exciting for them. All right, so my presentation will be divided into 5 themes. Very quick, I'll look into the Namibian acreage, where we stand as a country, what is on the horizon in the Namibian oil and gas industry, what are the gaps to be addressed, challenges and opportunities, and then the conclusion. So you are well familiar with this. There's been a lot of talk about the discoveries, estimated to be around 6 billion barrels of oil and gas discovered in Namibia from 19 exploration wells, 14 deep water discoveries, some commercial, some not commercial. However, what I want to point out is on the Namibian acreage. This will show you how much blocks in terms of size each company or the biggest companies in Namibia are having. What you see from this chart by the Wood Mackenzie Group is that NAMCO remains a top player, very critical company. You can see that they are topping the list there in terms of the area of land of blocks. You know that they are involved in most of the blocks in the country. They are a partner, they operate their blocks. So that is very, very important, I think, for the country going forward. At least our national oil company has enough land to do the seismic survey and drill, probably. ExxonMobil is showing there. This chart is from 2 months ago. Perhaps I think that from what we hear, maybe that will change. They might not still have the same land. We have some of the local companies like Paragon, Baobab Energy, as well as the Custos, which are also obviously the big players. The Total Energies are there, the Echo, the Chevron, and the others. But let me take you to the current landscape now, where we are now. I've already talked about the discoveries. As you can see, the most spoken about discovery is the Venus discovery by Total Energies. A very good discoveries. The only issue, obviously, there's geological issues there, which are not so big. The permeability is believed to be low. We have the Yonka discoveries also by Shell. And I want to emphasize on this one because I remember a year ago when Shell did a write-off of almost $400 million US. Everybody had written them off that Shell is gone. And you see in the next slide that they have hit the jackpot now of the discovery of Merlin. So that's how this industry works. You check there, you don't find, you re-strategize, and you do something. Obviously, the Mopani discovery by Gulp, very big one also. And Rhino Resources with the 3 discoveries. I think this is another good story for the country. Also that we have a diversity of operators, diversity of discoveries. Now, I want you to look into the resource positions. Which companies are believed to hold or to have discovered more barrels of oil? If you look at the chart, you see that Total Energies is still on top there. Remember, they have farmed into the block of Gulp. They are the operator there now. So they have increased their barrels or their resources in Namibia. And we have the likes of Qatar Energy, NAMCO, obviously, is there, Gulp in the mix. And we have some famines which happened this year. I mentioned already about Total Energies, which acquired some of the interest in the block for Gulf. We have recently BP acquiring some of the interest from Eco Oil and Gas. Chevron in the past have farmed in one of the blocks. Azul Energy are now a partner with Rhino Resources. And we just saw the news today that we have a new international oil and gas in Namibia, a company which have farmed in, that is Equinor, the Norwegian oil company. They farmed into the block of Chevron. So Namibia is doing something right. And I think we should continue to attract more investors and more players. And that takes me to some of the key discoveries. You already know this. The highlight is for 2026, obviously, the discovery by Shell in the Merlin 1X. I'm sure we'll hear more from Eduardo in the next panel, a little bit about the discoveries there. And work is not only happening offshore. We have a lot of happenings onshore as well. I think we should give credit to what Recon Africa is doing with the drilling of the wells they have done onshore. The first company we have done a lot of work offshore, despite all the challenges and difficulties. And they are busy, as we are speaking now, doing production well testing from their latest well, which is the Kavango X1. We also have monitor exploration in the Wombo Basin. They've done some seismic survey. Hopefully, they'll also do drilling. So at least we have activities onshore and offshore. What is on the horizon now? What is coming? What are we looking at? We're expecting Chevron to drill their well, the number. We're expecting Recon Africa to continue with what they're doing. Hopefully Shell will also drill more, as well as Total Energies. And we're all talking about final investment decision. And there are 3 projects which have been identified that these are heading to development. Obviously, is the Venus project by Total Energies, as well as the Mopani by Gulf and Total Energies. And now we have the Capricornus by Rhino Resources. Don't worry about the estimated final investment decision there. That is Wood Mackenzie, it's not me. If it were me, for Total Energies, I will say perhaps in Q4 this year or end of Q4. But let's see what happens. I have confidence in Total Energies and the government of Namibia that they'll reach a decision and we'll have our first project which will go to final investment decision. And then let's move on now to the gaps which we see there needs to be addressed. We are all excited. The national upstream local content policy has been approved, as we heard from Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, as well as Her Excellency in their speeches today. We now need to move. I'm happy that the Attorney General is also in attendance here because these are now the legal reforms, so things need to be done. We now have to move on to ensure that we have the regulations on local content, which have the enforcement mechanism, monitoring and evaluation, so that there's real value for the Namibian companies. They are enabled to participate, and then there's clarity also to the international investors. So that's number one. And number two, I think we need to fast track the review of the upstream legal framework. The Honorable Minister has already talked on that, as well as Honorable Shilunga, that this is what they are working on, and we are hoping this can be fast-tracked so that we can have substantive framework which can cater for our exploration, not only our exploration, but development as well as productions. So we need detailed regulations on development as well as productions. So that we can move faster with our discoveries. One important thing that I always talk about, we need, before I go there, there's a lot of expectations from the citizens of Namibia. they've heard about oil and gas discovery. As far as they are concerned, the money should start flowing as of tomorrow. The jobs should start flowing as of tomorrow. If we don't manage that expectation, then we are opening ourselves to a lot of resistance and then also disbelief in our industry. So we need a communication strategy to ensure that we can communicate clearly to the citizenship. And that will be the government working together with the investors or stakeholders. And that communication strategy also, we start communicating, engaging with the stakeholders as early as possible. They should know that we are now at this stage. After 2 years, we move to where? 3 years to where? If we don't, they'll ask you, where are the jobs? Where is the oil? Is the oil really ours or not, if they don't see all those things? So that is one thing I wanted to emphasize that we should work on. And obviously, we need to give more blocks so that we can do more seismic surveys, identify the drilling prospects, and drill more wells. If we drill more wells, that's when we can have an opportunity to discover more oil and gas discoveries in a commercial sense. So let's see what we can do there, especially the Upstream Petroleum Unit and the Minister of Mines and Energy, because there's been a gap for some time now that we haven't been moving forward on with that one. And the challenges and opportunities, I've already mentioned about this in the past. I think we have challenges of deep water wells in the Orange Basin, up to 3,000 meters. The weather conditions are not so conducive, which forces companies to drill in certain months of the year, because you can't drill continuously from January to December. Sometimes the weather is too bad. And obviously this comes with high exploration costs. This requires more technology, and then skills to be deployed to ensure that you can benefit, you can extract the value out of it. And there are many ways we can attract and incentivize companies to do work in the deep water, where a lot of companies are shying away. And one of the ways is, let's give incentives to those who are drilling in deep water. If you are drilling in deep water of 3,000 to 4,000, your challenges are not the same as that one drilling in water depth of 1,000 or 2,000. So let's see what we can do as a country to give incentives. I've just shown examples of Angola and Brazil, what they have done there, reduce some of their petroleum taxation or income tax and royalty for some of the deep water drilling. So in conclusion, we have the oil and gas discoveries, which is good. We now need to get to final investment decision, at least with one project. And at the same time, let's maximize on local content. Hence, we need to have the local content regulations with the monetary evaluation and enforcement mechanism. And lastly, I think with the government and the industries working together, we'll be able to develop these resources and extract the maximum value from it, which benefits the Namibians at large and also our investors. Thank you so much. I think it was on time.
Thank you very much, Shakwa. You made sure that I do not interrogate your territory. Thanks for sticking to time. Thank you again to Shakwa. Shakwa's perspective has provided an excellent foundation for what promises to be one of the most anticipated discussions of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Namibia's recent offshore discoveries have generated global attention. Yet moving from discovery to production requires more than technical excellence. It requires leadership, it requires strategic partnerships, investment confidence, supply chain readiness, and close collaboration between government, operators, and industry. And these are precisely the issues that our next panel will explore. It is now my pleasure to welcome back to the stage our moderator for our first panel discussion for today, Shakwa Nyambe, who will lead today's executive leadership panel entitled From Discovery to Development. Shakwa will also introduce his panel to us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome our moderator and distinguished panelists. Shakwa, over to you.
Thank you so much. I think this is one of the panel discussion you cannot miss because there's a lot we'll be able to learn from our operators. So without wasting time, let me invite to the podium my panelists. I'll start with Travis Mithart, the CEO of Rhino Resources. Carlos Menez, JV and Development Director, Total Energies, Namibia. Adriano Bastos, Senior Vice President for Upstream Gulp. Eduardo Rodriguez, Namibia Country Chair, Shell Namibia Upstream. Charles Mbeha, Deputy Director for Compliance, Regulation and Local Content, Upstream Petroleum Unit, Office of the President. And Anthony Chatu, Chief Geoscientist, National Petroleum Corporation of Namibia, NAMCO. You may have a seat, Justin. Are we good to go? Thank you. Yeah, so this is a very important panel in which we will explore the technical and commercial realities of advancing both deep water and not so deep water discoveries and how we can produce these assets, highlight the challenges and opportunities. So I'm happy to have this brilliant panelists from the major companies and stakeholders which we need. So let's start with you, Travis. Can you give us an update of your company's operations in Namibia so far? What is happening, what is coming, and then we take it from there.
Sure, Shakwa. Can you hear me all? Yes? Now, I'll quickly just emulate Your Excellency, Honourable Minister. Thank you very much for staying for this panel. It's not very often we have the opportunity to address both of you on something this significant, so thank you. As a company, obviously, we are just the operator on behalf of our joint venture at PEL 85. Again, we've got our partners in NAMCOR, Ms. Sabaya, lovely to see you, Azul Energy and Chorus Investments. The last 12 months since the last conference, in fact, we have drilled the Valance discovery. We have also well-tested Valance. I think we made it public. It was an incredible well test for Namibia. I think it just provided an additional level of, I'd say, optionality in terms of what the resource potential could look like in Namibia. We also have then drilled our Capricornus 1A well, which is our first appraisal well on the block. We were quite ambitious with that well. We really went to the northeastern extent of one of our part of the fields. And so we're busy interrogating that data. We've also put out a press release just indicating the fact that we found some really encouraging data in terms of reservoir connectivity and pressure communication across the length and breadth of that field. So where we today is we are interrogating a huge amount of data. I think we're probably up there with Shell and Total in terms of pace for drilling wells. We've drilled 4 wells in the space of 18 months. So there is a huge amount of data that's coming back at us. But we are looking forward, and we are looking at drilling more appraisal wells, potentially both in Capricornus and Valance. And we're in discussions, obviously, with NAMCOR for their guidance, as well as our partners, Azul Energy and Chorus Investments. But I'd imagine in the next 12 months, at the next conference, we will look very, very different. And Wood Mackenzie are not probably far off if we can make sure that one of those appraisal wells defines exactly the volumes that we need. So very, very exciting for us.
All right. Just to add before I move to Carlos, how many wells are you expected to drill, and when do we expect you to drill?
That's a great question. Right now, we're working as a joint venture to decide exactly what that appraisal program looks like. We are coming up across our license deadline for the second renewal exploration period, so we'll be applying for an extension to that. The idea being that we'll drill maybe 1, maybe 2 wells in that period, but we're also looking at shooting seismic, and so we need to try and weigh up the cost-benefit analysis of, do we shoot high-fidelity seismic getting ready for development early on, or do we actually still continue drilling like what we have done thus far, and then let the drill bit try and dictate? So we're in a bit of a conundrum right now, if I'm honest, as to what is the best next step. And it's just a matter of the timing between, do we shoot seismic first, do we drill, or do we drill first and then shoot seismic? So that is an active and ongoing conversation. We should have a decision in the next month or so.
Thank you. We'll come back after a month. Then we'll announce. The media is here.
Thank you.
All right. So, Carlos, there's a lot of expectation from the industry as well as the masses. Big hopes about what is to come out of Total Energies operations in Namibia. Can you just give us an update? What has been happening in the last 12 months? What is on the horizon?
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I think, Shakwa, you actually did part of my work in answering that question in your presentation. But I'll come to some of the business opportunities and the deals that have been done. I think foremost, over the last year, there's been a tremendous amount of effort and focus on progressing Venus towards a potential FID. So we've conducted the FEED studies since last year, and in conjunction with that, we've run the key call for tenders for the main packages that would go with a development. So we're talking about the FPSO, the subsea, drilling and wells call for tenders that are ongoing. And we're today, I would say, technically ready in that regard. But it's not just Venus. In our existing licenses, we have other prospectivity that the JV, us as operator, together with our JV partners, are currently working through the maturation of those prospects to see what other potential there is for drilling targets on the existing 2 licenses. Then, of course, we worked very closely with Galp during last year to come to the fruition of a deal end of last year that was announced. And we've been working very closely, again, with Galp, the respective JV partners on each license, and with the authorities in order to work towards concluding that transaction. And of course, we had the approval from the ministry a couple of months ago. And now we're just finalizing the administrative steps to finalize that, where we can enter, of course, in each other's licenses, and Total Energies can continue as operator on PL83. And this is all part of a strategy towards creating a pipeline of potential projects. So we have Venus, of course, at the cusp of a potential FID. Mopane, that's could come behind that. And besides the administrative work, we've been working very closely with Galp, who is still the operator, in terms of preparing for the next potential exploration, well, not potential, the next exploration and appraisal campaign on PL83 to de-risk Mopane further. And then we also have the deal that was announced early in the year with PL104, with 8, the existing operator, and with Petrobras, which is more at the exploration level. But again, this idea of a pipeline, trying to move, not just sticking to Venus, but to have some follow-up potential projects, Mopane, and then exploration activity on PL104, and to see what other value can be created within those licenses.
Yeah, thank you. With what you have said, Carlos, how far are we to reach final investment decision on the Venus project?
I think that's the question everybody is hoping you were going to ask. So as I said, we're technically ready. We've done the engineering work. We have a field development plan in place that's robust. We have done the main call for tenders that needed to be done. We have offers in hand. As everybody knows, engagement has been ongoing for several months with the authorities, productive, constructive discussions. We need to finalize those discussions so that we can reach to a point that we can take advantage of the momentum of the offers that we have in hand. And the time is now. This is not an open-ended window. I saw your slide, 2027. That's not going to work. We really need to be moving, I would say, soon on that. And to come back to Travis's around the corner, we hope we can make that turn soon, but we need to finalize those discussions.
Thank you. I'm happy you clarified that Wood Mackenzie projections there.
Yeah. I was a bit disappointed, personally.
Thank you. Adriano, give us what is happening with GALP? You have new JV partners. What is the way forward?
Well, you tell me.
You are here, my friend. You tell me.
Okay, thank you. First of all, Honorable Vice President, Honorable Minister, Victoria, Une, and all the other authorities and friends, it's always a pleasure to be back here. Well, GALP is an independent energy company and also oil and gas operator. In the oil and gas operator, we have a particular DNA that drives us where we are today. We were here like in 2013, drilling Moosehead, that proved the working petroleum system of the Orange Bay. The others left, we stayed. We stayed with PL 83. We studied and managed to de-risk till we decide to drill. When we decide to drill, we drill 5 wells, almost back-to-back, that proved Mopane complex. But PL83 is much larger than Mopane. So there's other areas, other targets that now with Total we will explore and continue to de-risk after focusing on Mopane. Next, we are planning to drill 3 more wells, starting now in November, probably November 2026, and that will further de-risk towards a potential FID that together we have a target of 2028. Total will become the operator of PL83, a competent international approved operator, and we're looking for new prospects. As we say, we are small, but we have a certain dose of arrogance. So we are there when Petrobras discovered Tupi. We are there on Mozambique gas discovery. And we discover Mopane. Now it's time to do the next one. Let's hope we can do here in Namibia. So we're looking for new opportunities.
Yeah, thank you. You have indeed done a great job. As you have said, you've been here since 2013, and we know the work you have done. I wanted to have a follow-up question to ask you with the Mopane, when are you likely to reach FID? But you already answered it. You said likely 2028. So,
well, we need to drill first.
You need to drill first.
Okay. We have the next well that is key for us on additional volumes. And you define our strategy for the development of Mopane. But there's lots to do till we go to FID. But it's nice to be aggressive. It's nice to have a target. Time is of essence. You say that, as you say, the conference is how to monetize our discoveries. Definitely. I like to say that in oil and gas, and I've been in the industry for a couple of weeks, normally you have 2 major happiness moments in the industry. When we find them, when we make money out of it. That is the second.
For the past 12 months, a few months, I'd like you to give us an update what has been happening we have heard about the Shell Merlin X1 discovery. Tell us, how sweet is that oil?
Shakwa, good presentation. I like your presentation very much. Last year you put me on the spot. This year you're putting me in another spot, but I like this spot better than last year.
Yeah.
And I would like to apologize to the audience because I'm going to repeat a lot of things that I say a lot, and it's very boring. Hearing me is very boring because I repeat and I repeat. And those are the same messages that we give always. The most successful president in my country, he said, I repeat, I repeat, I repeat, and I repeat. And when people get tired, when I get tired of repeating, people start to listen. But I think this is not the case of Namibia. I think not only they're starting to listen, but I think if we look at what it has been said, an honorable minister, I took note of one of your statements. Namibia does not move the goalpost. It's something that is key because that's what we're trying to look. And I think in Namibia, and I'm getting a little bit off script, sorry, Shakwa, but I think these opportunities are great to reflect that I think what the investor needs and what Namibia offers, we're having the right discussions, we're listening the right messages, and Namibia is benchmarking from a lot of countries, which is good, but I think Namibia can do it better, and I think we're in that specific point where we can take either direction, and I hope those messages continue to persist. And when I hear you speak, when I hear everybody, I think it's the same messages that we have been preaching. So not only people are starting to listen, but we're working and walking the talk. You said something about Merlin, what?
Huh? Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so
if you can comment on
so indeed, so just to clarify, Shell never left Namibia, and that was not our intention. We were one of the first companies to return to explore actively in Namibia in 2014. In 2022, the Graph well was a success, was a discovery that led us to drill 9 additional wells, and that's a lot of information. I hear Travis now saying that you're processing information, because there's a lot of information. You need to understand it. You have to understand the size of these blocks as the acreage that you pointed out. You're trying to decipher what happened 80 to 100 million years ago with one well, right? And with a couple of wells, so that's very difficult. So you have to understand it's still a frontier basin, so you need to really understand what is happening. There's companies that drill and, complete surprise. And that happens, and that's normal. Well, we're not strangers to this. After those 9 wells gave us a lot of information. It's good that we were able to drill those 9 wells, because in one of them, we had access to one of the formations, one of the many formations that we reached, and that's what led us to Merlin and to drill in Merlin. And precisely what we were trying to look was the reservoir quality, which has been our main challenge. And Merlin 1X, clearly it's the most successful well we have drilled to date, primarily on the permeability that we saw. And that's exploration. We need to be flexible, we need to be open, and that has led us to the next campaign that we're going to be drilling with the help of the UPU, with the help of the Office of the Petroleum Commissioner, with the ministry. We are working really hard to try to spud around November time and do back-to-back wells. And that's how this industry is. You persist and you persist, and you have a government that you can sit down and present your challenges, because at the end we all have the same objective, which is try to get to a commercial pathway, but it isn't as easy as we hope. Yes, it took us 10 wells to get to a path where we think, okay, this is the direction that we want to take. So that needs cooperation between suppliers, between the government, the company, everybody. So also as well, our competitors, we need to share trade information, and that's important to try to understand. And there's a lot of cooperation within the industry to really try to make us understand what is the next best path. So if everything happens, we have the daunting task of drilling 2 wells back-to-back starting November, which I thank all the support that we're getting from the government to make this happen, as well as our partners, NAMCOR, Biki. Thank you very much, and the Qatar Energy that is not present here, but I think it's a teamwork effort, and we're looking forward to see what happens.
Thank you so much. I think to the entrepreneurs in attendance here, especially the Namibian companies, if you've been listening, you would have noticed that in November, Q4 2026, we might be drilling at least maybe 4 to 5 wells. So this is the time to prepare yourself so that you can be able to benefit from these opportunities. Let's move to Charles. We know every industry requires a regulator, not just a regulator, but an effective regulator to support the investment. And you are responsible for a very important portfolio, which is compliance, regulation, and local content. And I wanted you to give us the latest developments in terms of what government is doing on the legal and physical frameworks pertaining to the Namibian oil and gas industry.
Okay, thank you. Namibia is going through an interesting phase whereby discoveries have been made. So now it's a question of how do we move over to that. Now, when we speak about what has happened in terms of the legal framework and so forth, we are aware of the Petroleum Amendment Bill, which is currently in Parliament, whereby the transfer is expected to happen. We hope the parliamentarians will allow that to happen, as it will really help on the ground. It will be clear coordination and so forth. But besides that one, the local content policy was approved by the cabinet, which is a good thing. So very soon we'll make it available to the general public and all the stakeholders. We are just finalizing internal processes, but the policy itself has been approved, which is a good thing. On top of that, we are busy with the technical, the Petroleum Exploration Act. We are busy looking at the loopholes, because you need to understand that this law has been in place since independence. And over time, you realize there are certain loopholes and gaps which affect not just government or the Namibian people, but the investors as well. So you need to look at those and you close them to ensure that the environment in the country is well. Of course, on the fiscal policies, generally, Namibian fiscal policies are good. If they were not good, investors won't come in the first place. Because before you come as an investor, you make an assessment of a country. It will not make sense to invest because these companies are taking on huge risks. It won't make sense to pour in billions of dollars if you know that your returns won't make sense. So the returns make sense. That's why the companies are willing to come in and invest so much. And we do have a good relation with these companies. Thank you.
All right. Just as a follow-up question, now that the national upstream local content has been approved, when can we expect the regulator to move a gear forward and enact the regulations or the act to enforce that policy?
Okay, thank you. Some time ago, I had a discussion with someone, and one of their concerns was, why do you need, why do you need regulations to enforce this? And I informed this particular gentleman to say, if you are in any event compliant, you shouldn't worry about anything. So that is high on the agenda, whereby we need these regulations to come in place. But of course, you need to balance it. You have to avoid to also to just rush, but you must ensure that what you are bringing forward achieves what you want to achieve without also creating unreasonable burden on the investor. Because if you do that, it will make it difficult for the investment to continue growing. So to answer, to say a timeline, I will not be able to give a timeline, but it's very high on the agenda. We are looking into that to ensure that Namibians benefit meaningfully, as this, after all, it's their resources. We are privileged in the positions where we are sitting, but we are there to ensure that we look after these resources. Having a policy, it's good, but when you come up with a regulation, it becomes clear to avoid situations of anyone can interpret a policy however they deem fit. But with the regulation is to be clear that government, this is what you do, you stop here. Investor, this is what you do, this is what you must not do. So for now, it's what we can communicate to the public.
Okay. Before I let you go, the industry has been asking, as well as the citizens, what is happening with the applications for petroleum blocks? We heard of a moratorium. Is there a moratorium? It has been lifted. What can we expect when it comes to assessment or opening up these applications?
Thank you for the question, and it's a valid question, of course, as it affects not just the applicants, but government as well. But to answer that question, if we rewind back, you would find that the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy, in particular petroleum matters, there are a lot of matters that tend to go to court. Now, when you are always going to court, you need to assess what is the problem, what is the situation on the ground, what can we improve to ensure that we minimize all these disputes. So the moratorium came into place. It's still in place. The idea of the moratorium is to ensure that we do an assessment internally to ensure that the processes are more smoother. We are to minimize on the disputes and so forth. And we are at an advanced stage with the principals to see when we can open up, because we have closed up on many of the loopholes and gaps that we were worried were affecting the industry. As this is a very important industry to government, so you would want it to move smoothly because it has a potential to benefit quite a large population of the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anthony, when it comes to NAMCO, you saw my presentation there. You are the biggest holder of land in terms of oil and gas or petroleum blocks. And which is a big thing for an oil company. How is NAMCO positioning itself to be a genuine technical and commercial partners to these IOCs, rather than just being a party which is holding some minor interest in the licenses, and just also give a broader strategy in terms of how you want to move forward with some of these projects which might be on the horizon for FID.
Thank you very much for your question. As you know, we participate in a majority of these licenses, and it's quite a huge task. And we appreciate the fact that now we have certainty in leadership. We look forward to implementing our strategy and ensuring that we create value for our shareholders. So we have embarked on a number of projects in the company that we looked at all the whole value chain from exploration, discovery, appraisal, development and production. And we came up with a decision control matrix that will allow us to participate fully in these licenses. So we look at our current GOA that we are signing. We look at how can we increase our participation and to ensure that we provide value to our shareholders, and also to participate in a way that is meaningful to our joint ventures. So we have mapped the skills that are required in the company at each stage from discovery. We have divided these into a process management system where we know what to do at the assess stage, we know what to do at the select concept stage, we know what to do at the define stage, we know what to do at the execution stage, which will take us into production. So we have mapped all this, and we know the resources that are required. With the less, we are not that much capitalized, but with the less resources that we have, we are busy developing the capacity of our employees in terms of skills that is required, the capacity that is needed in order to support these JVs. So there are a lot of licenses that we are looking at, and I think our partners can testify that really NAMCO is providing value into the JVs. So this is in short.
Thank you. I like what you have said, capacitating, strategizing, everything put in place. When do you think NAMCO will be able to operate their own petroleum blocks? I'm talking about not just operating on paper, but up to the drilling, development. What is your projection, your strategy when it comes to that?
NAMCO is currently already operating petroleum exploration licenses. So our strategy currently is in those blocks where we have majority share to farm down our stake to capable farming partners who can be able to provide the capital to drill a well. So currently we are unable to risk a lot of capital because that will mean the state will be responsible to risk the funds that will be required to drill a well. So our strategy now is to acquire the licenses, make sure that we define and we interpret the data, we define the prospects, and have them to be ready to be drilled. And after that, we look for companies who have financial capabilities to do it in order to reduce the risk to the state.
All right, thank you. Travis, I was coming to you, but I could tell already. Can you just jump in there? I see you have some thoughts there.
Yeah, I think NAMCO are doing a fantastic job of late, and I just want to say, Vicky, under your leadership, I'm really excited to see what you guys do in the future. But Anthony will know that we had 2 NAMCO geoscientists in our offices for about, I think it was 2 months, very recently. And I think it was an incredible eye-opener as an operator to see the level of sophistication, to see the level of understanding that the NAMCO geoscientists who work on our particular project had for the project. And it also gave an insight for us as to how best we can start to support NAMCO's capacity and capability building. So I think, NAMCO, as far as I'm concerned, having been here the better part of 10 years, not quite as long as Adriano, but the reality is that they are moving into a position of being able to operate from a technical, robust baseline. I think Anthony's alluded to the fact that capital and risk capital specifically is something that NAMCO are trying to attract into the different licenses. But I certainly think the collaborations like the one that we've sort of embarked upon with NAMCO in terms of capacity building, skills transfer, and in some pretty unique and niche technical domains. I think we've got, I would venture to say, one of the best inversion geophysics teams in Namibia. Happy to challenge any of my colleagues on that one. And I think, we were really able to impart some of that skills transfer to these 2 individuals who actually, quite frankly, picked it up incredibly quickly in the 2 months that they were with us. So I think there's not just, how does NAMCO go and stand on its own 2 feet fiscally and technically, but it's actually how does the industry get behind them with all the right Chinese walls in place and with the right guardrails and competitive behaviors in place. But how can we help NAMCO capacitate itself? Because quite frankly, he's right, they do provide an oversight and a baseline of information when it comes to exploring in Namibia. But more than that, you can see that there's a capacity there and there's a willingness and desire to build this operating model that I think the industry will benefit from down the line. So, if we can get the right structures in place, if we can get the right frameworks in place that Charles has actually alluded to, then I think we may be in a really different position for NAMCO in the next 2 to 3 years in terms of their own ability to operate their own wells and have industry stand alongside them as a partner.
All right, thank you. Looking back over the years, Rhino Resources have been in Namibia. I like your story because from a junior oil company now to a big oil and gas company, IOC in the horizon. What has been the challenges and opportunities for you here, for your company, looking at both geological, be it physical, be it legal? If you can just share or elaborate more on that.
I mean, it's an incredible story that you'd have to give me 30 minutes to go through, but in very short order, we picked up a block, and in fact, I was the exploration geophysicist that motivated to the previous Rhino CEO and management back in 2016 to pick up this license. I think my friends on stage will all agree. It was looked at as quote-unquote moose posture. Everyone told me that you won't find oil there, and if you find something, it might be gas, and it's going to be small. And I think, the role of an independent is incredibly important in an ecosystem. And I talked earlier about economic ecosystems that require every voice at the table. Very fortunately, the funders of Rhino at that point in time, back in 2016, validated my recommendation. We picked up the block, and we really started from scratch. Eduardo, I'm not sure if you know this, you used to own my block. So Shell used to actually own Pal 85, and I think maybe Galp at some point as well. We really have gone through the laundry. But I think what was really helpful is to have risk capital that was looking at it on a singular basis that, this is our asset and we have to make it work come what may. So I think it took us through the full value chain of, how do I make the business proposition for this particular block that the industry seems to not really care very much about? and then take it through its full life cycle of motivating for seismic exploration, acquisition, through to drilling, through to bringing in partners. I think the technical challenges are there, but fundamentally, I must say, the Namibian government were incredibly supportive that entire way. We got, at that point in time, the previous Petroleum Commissioner was really concerned at the fact that Rhino, given the position of the block, given the fact that we had COVID-19 coming on our doorstep, was really concerned about the fact that, how does this independent company actually push through? And it was really through, an understanding of what is Namibia trying to achieve from this and how can Rhino play a part in this broader picture that it got our investors comfortable to continue to put capital into this. So it came from a confidence in the government, quite frankly, and I think that's maybe something I tried to highlight in my speech, is that we've got all the technical know-how here. On this panel, certainly we can find oil, we can develop oil, we can bring production online. Certainly the hydrocarbons are in place, but it's actually the above ground. It's what is Namibia's government's position? What is the societal position for oil and gas? When you look at South Africa next door, the societal position was quite negative. And so South Africa hasn't really actually been able to progress that, right, with NGOs in place. But Namibia took a totally different, I'd say, tack and said, right, we want to back this seemingly obscure project and try and help the companies actually get through their processes that they need to run. So I would say, the biggest challenge we've had, quite frankly, was technically, can we find something in our block? I'd say the greatest opportunities we've had were our collaborations with government. And I think our relationship with government has really just gone from strength to strength. I look at Mr. McLeod now in the UPU. He was my Deputy Petroleum Commissioner at the time that I picked up the block. So there's a relationship, there's an understanding, there's mutual trust, and quite frankly, dare I say, there's collaboration to make sure that these projects come to fruition. So I think the greatest challenge going forward, and I think it's been spoken about ad nauseum, is can we take all of these wonderful opportunities, all of these wonderful indicators for success, and can we actually make sure that we build the frameworks around them that A, don't inhibit continued risk capital, but B, also make sure that there is meaningful participation, because as I've just alluded to, NAMCOR have been incredibly collaborative and I'd say an asset. So Namibian assets are not just in her resources, they're in her people. And it's really how do you just leverage the two seemingly distinct positions to actually create success in the long run.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So from what I hear from you, I think the regulators, Minister of Mines and Energy, Upstream Petroleum Unit, NAMCOR, they've been very, very helpful in ensuring that Rhino Resources and other companies progress, and that's, I think, the support which the industry needs, and we applaud them for that and want them to continue to give in that assistance. Carlos, earlier on you were talking about being ready technically. Let's look at the Venus project. How is Total Energy say developmental concept? We have had issues, challenges of deep water and other things. Can you just talk a bit more about that and anything related to that?
So you mean in terms of the particularities of Venus and the development of Venus as such? Yeah. I think everyone knows by now Venus is located in about 3,000 meters of water depth, over 300 kilometers from shore. And in that area of the Orange Basin, we have quite severe metocean conditions. So before you even start looking for hydrocarbons, you're already dealing with a quite complex set of challenges. And when you drill, you never really know. You have an idea that you're going to find hydrocarbons. You hope you do, but you never really know what you're going to find. The fluids, the reservoir properties, and until you drill, you don't know, and often it's a surprise. So besides the sort of complex operational aspects related to that kind of water depth, that kind of distance from shore and remoteness, which has an impact on costs, in terms of sailing time and transport time from shore. You then have on top of that, let's say, particular reservoir conditions when it comes to Venus. So although it has some good traits, it's quite a thick reservoir, it's a good fluid, But in terms of permeability, it's very low. And that brings its own set of challenges, particularly when we're talking about economics and commercial viability. And that combination is quite unique, I would say, in the world. There's no real direct analog when you put all of those parameters and aspects together. So when it comes to defining a development plan, it's really about looking at what can work best. And no one field is the same. In every field, you're going to have to tailor-make your development plan. And there's a lot of work and effort that went into studying Venus and seeing how to manage that. So you have the obvious, you have an FPSO, you have subsea wells, but the area of Venus is quite substantial. We're talking about a subsea architecture layout that's the size of Windhoek, essentially. Installing subsea equipment at that water depth, this would be the deepest development in the world if it were to go ahead, and hopefully it does. That comes with some important challenges and limitations on equipment available to vessels that can install that. You then have the metocean conditions that go with that. If you're not installing at the right times and doing your construction periods in the right times, that can impact the schedule, the costs, what you've estimated. We've drilled wells obviously at 3,000 meters on Venus. In fact, we've drilled wells up to 3,600 meters. We have the record for the deepest water depth well ever drilled. But those are vertical wells. When you come to Venus, we're talking about 38 oil producer and gas injector wells that have very long horizontal drains. So these are things on various aspects. We're pushing the boundaries and we're pushing the envelope of what's been done in the industry. But we've done the work, we've done the engineering. We know it can be done. We're confident it can be done. As mentioned, technically ready. It's now a case of moving forward and making it happen.
Yes, Carlos, I'm sure you have assessed the infrastructure capacity in Namibia in terms of the ports, both Walvis Bay and Lüderitz. What will be ideal? Are they, for now, what you have, is it adequate to aid you to progress the Venus as well as the Mopani? Or if not, what will be ideal, looking at other projects you have executed in other parts of the world?
This is a key point, and it's been a focus of attention for a while now. And this is not specific to Venus. This is, I would say, going to impact any potential offshore development, whether it's at 3,000 meters or 1,000 meters. But indeed, and it's also largely related to the subsea scope in terms of the construction. So we know we've operated out of Lüderitz with 2 rigs. There's definitely congestion. We know it can be done, but depending on the congestion level, that can be a concern. Lüderitz today cannot, let's say, support the construction, a development construction such as Venus or similar. In terms of preparation of equipment for the subsea installation, you're talking about quite large, complex pieces of equipment that needs to be prepared and assembled and fabricated in port close to a jetty so that it can be lifted from jetty side onto the vessels in order to be taken to the field. And in order to do that, you need certain conditions in terms of port facilities. You need a jetty that's of sufficient length. You need the space behind the jetty that can accommodate all that fabrication work and a lot of people working on that. So this is something that's not, let's say, new. As I say, it's something we've been working on and working closely with the relevant authorities, namely NAMPORT, for quite some time now. A lot of work gone into working together to understand what exactly is required in the ports, what are the specifications that are involved, so that NAMPORT understands what it is we're trying to do with the project and what needs to be put into place. And of course, the project that Namport is currently looking towards in terms of upgrading certain aspects of the Walvis Bay port in order to accommodate that work. So that, let's say, having that ready in time for launching the construction work, particularly around the subsea scope, is going to be critical, I would say, for an execution program on Venus or any other. But right now, obviously, in terms of timing, Venus is the first one. And if we can make that happen, and Venus will basically pave the way for other projects to come. Now, if we start to have concurrent projects running at the same time, then obviously there's something that needs to be looked at. But now, at least for one project, if those upgrades can be done in time, then we can be in good shape. But obviously, that's a key point that we need to continue following up with the authorities.
Thank you, Carlos. Adriano, coming to you, you have experience in this oil and gas for so many years. Why will you say rule of law and stability is essential for attracting investment in the oil and gas, as well as retaining that investment? And if you have any other lessons you can share with us, where GALP is operating or doing business, other countries like Brazil, I know there also these deep water developments happening there. Yeah.
Well, this is a very short question with an extremely long answer. And,
make it brief.
But I'll try to make it brief. First, let me congratulate NAMCOR on their strategy to become operator. Okay, building the capability and capacity while de-risking the financial part of becoming an operator. Because we talk a big numbers game. GALP has invested so far around 12 billion Namibian dollars so far. And now Total joining us, and together we have decided on the next program that will cost us another 13 billion Namibian dollars for the next couple of years. That even before we start thinking of development and first oil. So there is a big technical risk, but there is a huge financial risk involved on that one. And Travis alluded to initial life phase or phase life of Rhino, and the current is, so congratulations, is well, solid, mature, and well planned. Stability is one of them. Predictability is the second one, okay? Because when we go into projects and of time with accents, let me borrow some example from my colleague here, is ready technically for FID. So there's commitment to providers, contract to sign, the several others commitments behind the scenes that we don't see in a day-to-day, that we don't have a predictability when we will be able to sanction it and destroy a lot of value. That's one point. And second is, as you say, have stability so we know that when you make an investment like that, there's a marriage for the next 30 years, at least. We need to understand from the long-term plan where we're going. Third, local content. I like local content, but we need to learn from the ones that have done before. Is 100% of zero continue to be zero? We need to have projects to have local content. And local content is a natural course of the industry. If you look at Brazil, for example, look at the higher level they have today of local content, because it makes business sense to develop capabilities in country where we do operate. But the day the Brazil enforced a high and a quite draconian local content rules, we spent 10 years without sanctioning a single project. Not even Petrobras were able to do so. And the industry will evolve. It's nice to have guidelines, nice to have policies, nice to have motivation to accelerate local content, but needs to make business sense for both parties. The last, probably not the least, is how we develop the country as a whole. Because again, you talk about the jetty, you talk about our ability to bring operations in country. How can we make it sustainable? We are discussing with Eduardo yesterday. Okay, we have 3, 4 projects on the pipeline right now. Venus, Rhino, Mopane, hopefully my good friend Eduardo has one, and Klaus could do to develop. There's few projects on the pipeline, but after that, what's coming? So to make an industry that demands have investment, both on exploration, both on operation, and also to install capacity in country, is important to have a long pipeline. Okay. So I'm not seeing any major data acquisition on the horizon. Okay. So where the next exploration waves coming from?
All right.
So my answer can continue and continue, but
yeah, that's why I'm coming in now. Thank you. Thank you, Eduardo. Just adding, just a moment as our table is leaving. All right, Eduardo, just adding on to what Adriano said.
I apologize if I had said anything that drove the vice president away.
No. They have another engagement, so it's not you. Eduardo, just to add on what Adriano was saying, how can Namibia maintain its competitiveness as a frontier oil and gas nation competing? We are competing with other countries. We shouldn't think we are very unique. We shouldn't think we are the only bride in the continent. How do we maintain that competitiveness, and how do we get the local businesses, entrepreneurs also involved?
Well, I think you have to follow the basic principle of capital markets, and you have to be, always keep the blade sharp. You have to always, as a country, be evaluating and comparing in what stage of the oil and gas cycle you are, and what it takes to bring that capital to the market. But I think Namibia is doing a very good job, right? So I think at the end, all the main players are here. BP is ×2. So, and we have the pleasant news of receiving somebody new to the family with Equinor. So that's very encouraging news. So clearly, you're doing things right. There's a lot of discussion on the Petroleum Act and its competitiveness, but when you look at the NAMPOA shopping list, the Namibia Petroleum Operator Association, in terms of the legislative aspect, it's not a big list. No, it's not a big list. So at the end, you have good terms. You're still, yes, we talk about being close to FID, as Carlos mentioned, but still frontier, in many aspects. So one has to always remember that. So it is very important. We like the Petroleum Act. We like that it has flexibility and that it can adapt. So I think that's the most important asset that you have to have right now, which is flexibility, because yes, you plan with something and then something else happens. So if you don't have the provisions in the Act to give certain discretionality and certain flexibility to the regulator, you might be shooting yourself in the foot because you don't have a way to maneuver. Even though we both are in agreement that that's the right things, there's many legislations that I've been faced we both agree, but we can't do it because the law doesn't allow it. It doesn't make sense, but it doesn't allow it. So flexibility is something that is highly encouraged because we're still figuring out what's going to happen. In PEL 39 block, we have different scenarios and completely different conditions of different type of reservoirs. And if we want to develop them, we have to have serious discussions on how are we going to work this together. And it's not only the investor, but it has to be the suppliers, it has to be the government, and it has to be the investors. So I think it is key to really benchmark yourself and always keep that in mind that it has to make business sense. It has to attract market, and then the capital market will follow the investment path. The countries that have not done so, that have gotten on top of the horse before putting the saddle, then 10 years later they realize they have to go back again. I think that's not the case of Namibia. Namibia is doing a good job. Yes, we're not there yet, but we're in the right track. We're having the right discussions, and these are geological problems, these are engineering problems, and we have to sit down and discuss and try to find, okay, how are we going to solve this problem and this challenge that we have? And if we have that dialogue and that cooperation, that is the key. So flexibility, dialogue, cooperation is the key. But at the end as well, this is Namibia, the land of the brave, and that's why we are all here.
Thank you so much. Charles, just riding on the competitiveness of Namibia as a frontier oil and gas country, we have a lot of permits from different regulators in the country. Sometimes it can be a bit delay, that, you know, from this office to this office you get this, you get this. I wanted to know from the upstream petroleum unit, I'm sure it's something you have identified, what are you working on or looking at to ensure that there is a smooth coordination, you know, or alignment to ensure that these different regulators permitting which are required, they don't delay projects?
Okay, thank you for that. When Her Excellency, Dr. Tumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, the President of Namibia, took a decision to move the petroleum affairs under the office of the President, that was one of the considerations, because the office of the President is more central, so you will be in a better position to manage the coordination. Of course, in doing this coordination, it should be managed in such a way that as much as you want efficiency, it should not be done in such a way that we are cutting corners. We still want the processes to be fulfilled, but it being in the office of the President, that will assist in that regard. And we are also working with the various regulators to see how we can streamline, to shorten the processes through this coordination. Because we know that with oil companies, operators, this is something which can be frustrating. And we do not want to continue frustrating the companies that we aim to have a good collaboration. So we take cognizance of that, and as I've indicated, moving the unit, that was one of the pillars. But on top of that, we are working with the various institutions to see how we can streamline and to make the processes much quicker in order to have a conducive business environment in the country.
Oh, thank you. That is very encouraging. Anton, what challenges do you see, challenges or opportunities do you see NAMCO facing or leveraging on as we pursue some of these projects to apprise our development and potentially production?
The challenges that we face basically is the same as what the JVs are facing. Each and every block is different. So you have risks that should be mitigated, and you have capital that should be deployed in order to develop those resources. We, as NAMCO, we have looked at our project economics, and we have seen that in some cases, maybe there might be a shortfall that will need to be covered at first oil, depending on how you structure your project. So these are some of the challenges that we should mitigate before we reach there. And of course, there are a number of options in terms of our carry, how we should cover that, whether we pay, whether we go to the market and find capital, we evaluate that, or whether the carry that we have is sufficient for us to be carried. Which of the two options is better? The option where government has to fund, obviously, it will not be considered because it will put too much risk on the state. So some of these are the challenges, including the risks of geology, different areas, different prospects. Your discovery may not meet the minimum economic field size. You have to find a way to improve and increase the resources. So we have to find a way, and how do we work as a joint venture with government in order to realize the production.
Thank you, Anton. I think the financing challenges, I see a couple of commercial banks here. I hope they're already engaging with you and coming with strategies, especially the Namibian banks or African banks, because these financing opportunities, if they don't get involved now, those will be taken by the others from the other sides of the continent. I wish we could talk for another hour because there's just a lot, but we've run out of time. And just wanted to hear last words from each of you. Let's start with you, Travis.
What would you like for last words?
What you want to share with?
Yeah, I think, as both Eduardo and I think Adriano have echoed, Namibia is rightly primed. I think it's great that there's legal reform going on. I think there's the definitions in these different agreements are getting tightened up to provide clarity instead of ambiguity. I think also what Eduardo said about giving flexibility within the petroleum agreements for operators to try and progress specific projects that may not fit any one particular box. I think that's incredibly important. From our perspective, we've been very, very blessed to have reservoirs that are seemingly well behaved. But the reality is that we aren't the only operator in town, and we want to collaborate with our partners. I think Carlos' point around being able to actually execute these EPCs and these contracts, I'm not sure if I think we have the capacity right now to run a Total Galp Rhino Azul development, to be honest, contiguously. So I think these are real conversations that we need to have in the immediate future to try and understand, okay, what does that look like in terms of local content? What does it look like in terms of the new policy? So yeah, I think all these things are achievable given the fact that there is a pragmatic government. Her Excellency really fills myself and our investors with a huge amount of confidence to continue to invest in Namibia. So we're just really excited. We're excited about drilling additional appraisal wells, hopefully getting to some point of an FDP or an FID, even though FID seems to be a bogey word these days in certain halls. I think we can potentially be there in a meaningful time frame and continue to race these guys to first oil.
Thank you so much. Carlos, just in brief, what?
Yeah, just quickly then to close out. I think we're at the precipice of a turning point in Namibia in terms of the oil and gas industry and activities. A lot of exploration activity has been going on, is continuing, discoveries, flurry of discoveries. But as I think it's been touched on multiple times through the discussions today, how do we move that to development now? We have the country has a legislation, and whether it's oil and gas or otherwise, that's been very conducive and supportive to exploration and appraisal, and that's helped to see all this activity come to fruition. We need to look at it through now a lens of a development, a construction and development production lens, to see how we can move to that next step. And as mentioned with Venus, we have a window, we have some momentum, we have a technically ready project, and there's the opportunity to kickstart the next chapter of the oil and gas industry in Namibia.
Thank you so much. Adriano.
Well, the good thing about speaking after Travis and Carlos that they don't have to say much. You know? So first, congratulate Namibia in all the discoveries. It's well done. Also from Carlos, I see that NAMPO at least is not that extent, so we're also in the right path, solving the issues that drive us to the next steps. Continue to learn, continue to adapt. We are honored to be here and honored to be able to operate in your country. So looking forward for the next 20, 30, 50 years together. Thank you.
Thank you. Eduardo?
Yes, I would like to just emphasize the word on the cooperation is critical. I think we're doing a great job on that. You know, clearly local content is is the key topic of discussion in Namibia, among the operators, among service providers, which, by the way, have done an amazing job. So we have to see that holistically. We're doing a great initiative of updating the industry baseline study, of which the UPU is going to chair the steering committee to have this study done, and it's going to have cross-industry participation. So the output of that is going to be key to have policies based on data and not opinion, so that we have a phased and structured approach that we think ahead. But it has to be seen wider than that, because sometimes we look at local content, and I would just like to emphasize something that Adriano said. If I do not see seismic boats in the Atlantic, it's a warning. It's a warning. And there hasn't been, for exploratory reasons, there has been for appraising reasons, but for exploratory reasons, I don't remember when was the last seismic campaign done. Okay? And that's the starting point. So assume a company that is going to build a fabrication yard, builds all this infrastructure, and yes, there's 1, 2, 3 FIDs that happen. We'll have for 15 years, and then what happens? So only if you see seismic boats, that's what's going to guarantee the sustainability of the jobs that we will be creating for the future. Because yes, we don't like the resource curse, but if you don't see seismic boats out there, whatever we do, at the end, that's where you start. And the Orange Basin is a quarter of the country. You have the rest of the country to explore. So that's something that I think is something to really think about. And if there's no seismic boats out there, we should be asking ourselves why, and how can we get more exploration activities? Because that's where it starts.
Thank you. Very clear. The stakeholders are here. They are listening, our colleagues. Charles, any last word from you, UPU?
Yes, thank you. We are all here because of the oil and gas. It's important to understand that in terms of the constitution, this resource belongs to the Namibians. Of course, government, not the oil companies, they don't own that. But oil companies, they have a license to be able to extract and make profit out of that. But ultimately, the Namibians must also see that benefit, because ultimately it's their resource, or it will not make any sense. So as a regulator, we have to walk that fine line to ensure that the real owners and the ones who are bringing the real cash, they both benefit. Now, on the aspect of local content, we need to also appreciate that not everyone can be employed in the oil and gas space. But however, everyone will benefit from the resource once the resource starts flowing, because the industry can only take so much. But in terms of the potential revenues, that will reach everyone, as that will allow government to pump into the various sectors. So everyone does not need to become an oil expert. You can be far from the oil industry, but once the money starts getting in, you benefit indirectly as well. But as the unit, we are working hard to ensure that everything is by the book and it's transparent and is beneficial to oil companies, Namibians, and the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Last, Anthony, what will success look like for NAMCO in the next 5 years?
Success for NAMCO, last time when I was asked a question about operatorship, Adriano was not happy with me because I said after 30 years we'll be ready to drill our own wells. So now the outlook looks much better. I can say that maybe after 5 years, immediately when we start production, we will be ready to operate and possibly drill a well.
Wow.
I would like to say that the Namibian regime, the fiscal regime, is one of the best fiscal systems that we have, because it allows the investor to actually recover their investment before government really start reaping the rewards of the resources. So this is one of the best fiscal regime, and the terms are very good. When it comes to seismic vessel, we are currently busy negotiating with acquisition companies on acquiring more data. However, we still want a go-ahead from government. Once those licenses start being issued in the Ludris Basin, you will see a lot of those seismic vessels offshore Namibia. So I think I'll stop that.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gone beyond our time. A very great discussion from this distinguished panelists. May you please give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you very much to our moderator and our panelists. I know that you have a flight to catch, Travis. You've got to be somewhere else. If we can quickly do a group photo, I'll ask the panelist and moderator to remain, and I'm going to ask that Jason, has he left? Cons, if you could kindly join us on stage and do a handover of token of appreciation to our moderator and panelists, while our photographers and media captures this photo. Thank you so much. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we have found a driver's license, a South African driver's license, belonging to Ms. Gumede. It is in the back of your pouch, your cell phone pouch. You can find it here with me in the front if she's in the room. And then protocol, state protocol and security has informed me that earlier this morning during search, some of your personal belongings were confiscated. You are welcome to collect it now at the entrance of the venue. So please make your way there. Ladies and gentlemen, our time is very limited. Thank you so much for your patience and for your being here. We are now going to break for lunch. Please note that we will reconvene promptly at 3 p.m. So we kindly request that you be back in here, take your seats by at least 5 minutes to 3. Lunch is sponsored by Woodside Energy. And as you know, ladies and gentlemen, there are various lunch points. Do enjoy the lunch break, and we'll see you promptly at 5 minutes to 3. Thank you so much.